he said to them, "Lodge here this night, and I will bring you word again, as Jehovah shall speak to me." The princes of Moab stayed with Balaam. 9 God came to Balaam, and said, "Who are these men with you?" 10 Balaam said to God, "Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab, has said to me." 11 Behold, the people that has come out of Egypt covers the surface of the earth. Now, come curse me them. Perhaps I shall be able to fight against them, and shall drive them out. 12 God said to Balaam, "You shall not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed." 13 Balaam rose up in the morning, and said to the princes of Balak, "Go to your land, for Jehovah refuses to permit me to go with you." 14 The princes of Moab rose up, and they went to Balak, and said, "Balaam refuses to come with us." 15 Balak again sent princes, more and more honorable than they. 16 They came to Balaam, and said to him, "Thus says Balak the son of Zippor, please let nothing hinder you from coming to me." 17 For I will promote you to very great honor, and whatever you say to me I will do. Please come, therefore, and curse this people for me. 18 Balaam answered the servants of Balak, "If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I can't go beyond the word of Jehovah my God, to do less or more." 19 Now therefore, please wait also here this night, that I may know what Jehovah will speak to me more. 20 God came to Balaam at night, and said to him, "If the men have come to call you, rise up, go with them, but only the word which I speak to you, that you shall do." 21 Balaam rose up in the morning, and saddled his donkey, and went with the princes of Moab. 22 God's anger burned because he went, and Jehovah's angel placed himself in the way for an adversary against him. Now he was riding on his donkey, and his 2 servants were with him. 23 The donkey saw Jehovah's angel standing in the way, with his sword drawn in his hand, and the donkey turned aside out of the way, and went into the field. Balaam struck the donkey, to turn her. Numbers 108. Into the way. 24 Then Jehovah's angel stood in a narrow path between the vineyards, a wall being on this side, and a wall on that side. 25 The donkey saw Jehovah's angel, and she thrust herself to the wall, and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall. He struck her again. 26 Jehovah's angel went further, and stood in a narrow place, where there was no way to turn, either to the right hand or to the left. 27 The donkey saw Jehovah's angel, and she lay down under Balaam. Balaam's anger burned, and he struck the donkey with his staff. 28 Jehovah opened the mouth of the donkey, and she said to Balaam, "What have I done to you, that you have struck me these 3 times? 29 Balaam said to the donkey, "Because you have mocked me, I wish there were a sword in my hand, for now I would have killed you." 30 The donkey said to Balaam, "Am I not your donkey, on which you have ridden all your life long until today? Was I ever in the habit of doing so to you?" He said, "No." 31 Then Jehovah opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw Jehovah's angel standing in the way, with his sword drawn in his hand, and he bowed his head, and fell on his face. 32 Jehovah's angel said to him, "Why have you struck your donkey these 3 times? Behold, I have come out as an adversary, because your way is perverse before me." 33 The donkey saw me, and turned aside before me these 3 times. Unless she had turned aside from me, surely now I would have killed you, and saved her alive. 34 Balaam said to Jehovah's angel, I have sinned, for I didn't know that you stood in the way against me. Now therefore, if it displeases you, I will go back again. 35 Jehovah's angel said to Balaam, Go with the men, but only the word that I shall speak to you, that you shall speak. So Balaam went with the princes of Balak. 36 When Balak heard that Balaam had come, he went out to meet him to the city of Moab, which is on the border of the Arnon, which is in the utmost part of the border. 37 Balak said to Balaam, Didn't I earnestly send to you to call you? Why didn't you come to me? Am I not able, indeed, to promote you to honor? 38 Balaam said to Balak, Behold, I have come to you. Have I now any power at all to speak anything? The word that God puts in my mouth, that shall I speak. 39 Balaam went with Balak, and they came to Kiriath-Huzoth. 40 Balak sacrificed cattle and sheep, and sent to Balaam, and to the princes who were with him. 41 In the morning, Balak took Balaam, and brought him up into the high places of Baal, and he saw from there part of the people. Chapter 23. 1 Balaam said to Balak, Build here 7 altars for me, and prepare here 7 bulls and 7 rams for me. 2 Balak did as Balaam had spoken, and Balak and Balaam offered on every altar a bull and a ram. 3 Balaam said to Balak, Stand by your burnt offering, and I will go. Perhaps Jehovah will come to meet me. Whatever he shows me I will tell you. He went to a bare height. 4 God met Balaam. And he said to him, I have prepared the 7 altars, and I have offered up a bull and a ram on every altar. 5 Jehovah put a word in Balaam's mouth, and said, Return to Balak, and thus you shall speak. 6 He returned to him, and behold, he was standing by his burnt offering, he, and all the princes of Moab. 7 He took up his parable, and said, From Aram has Balak brought me, the king of Moab, from the mountains of the east. Come, curse Jacob for me. Come, defy Israel. 8 How shall I curse whom God has not cursed? How shall I defy whom Jehovah has not defied? 9 For from the top of the rocks I see him. From the hills I see him. Behold, it is a people that dwells alone, and shall not be listed among the nations. 10 Who can count the dust of Jacob, or number the 4th part of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous. Let my last end be like his. 11 Balak said to Balaam, What have you done to me? I took you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have blessed them altogether. 12 He answered and said, Must I not take heed to speak that which Jehovah puts in my mouth? 13 Balak said to him, Please come with me to another place, where you may see them. You shall see just part of them, and shall not see them all. Curse them from there for me. 14 He took him into the field of Zophim, to the top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered up a bull and a ram on every altar. 15 He said to Balak, Stand here by your burnt offering, while I meet over there. 16 Jehovah met Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, Return to Balak, and say this. 17 He came to him, and behold, he was standing by his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. Balak said to him, What has Jehovah spoken? 18 He took up his parable, and said, Rise up, Balak, and hear. Listen to me, you son of Sepot. 19 God is not a man, that he should lie, nor the Son of Man, that he should repent. Has he said, and will he not do it? Or has he spoken, and will he not make it good? 20 Behold, I have received a command to bless. He has blessed, and I can't reverse it. 21 He has not seen iniquity in Jacob, neither has he seen perverseness in Israel. Jehovah his God is with him. The shout of a king is among them. 22 God brings them out of Egypt. He has as it were the strength of the wild ox. 109 Numbers. 23 Surely there is no enchantment with Jacob, neither is there any divination with Israel. Now it shall be said of Jacob and of Israel, what has God done? 24 Behold, the people rises up as a lioness. As a lion he lifts himself up. He shall not lie down until he eats of the prey, and drinks the blood of the slain. 25 Balak said to Balaam, neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. 26 But Balaam answered Balak, didn't I tell you, saying, all that Jehovah speaks, that I must do? 27 Balak said to Balaam, come now, I will take you to another place, perhaps it will please God that you may curse them for me from there. 28 Balak took Balaam to the top of Peor, that looks down on the desert. 29 Balaam said to Balak, build 7 altars for me here, and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me here. 30 Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered up a bull and a ram on every altar. Chapter 24. 1 When Balaam saw that it pleased Jehovah to bless Israel, he didn't go, as at the other times, to meet with enchantments, but he set his face toward the wilderness. 2 Balaam lifted up his eyes, and he saw Israel dwelling according to their tribes, and the Spirit of God came on him. 3 He took up his parable, and said, Balaam the son of Beor says, the man whose eyes are open says. 4 He says, who hears the words of God? Who sees the vision of the Almighty? Falling down, and having his eyes open. 5 How goodly are your tents, Jacob, and your tents, Israel. 6 As valleys they are spread out, as gardens by the riverside, as aloes which Jehovah has planted, as cedar trees beside the waters. 7 Water shall flow from his buckets. His seed shall be in many waters. His king shall be higher than Agag. His kingdom shall be exalted. 8 God brings him out of Egypt. He has as it were the strength of the wild ox. He shall eat up the nations his adversaries, shall break their bones in pieces, and pierce them with his arrows. 9 He crouched, he lay down as a lion, as a lioness, who shall rouse him up? Everyone who blesses you is blessed. Everyone who curses you is cursed. 10 Balak's anger burned against Balaam, and he struck his hands together. Balak said to Balaam, I called you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have altogether blessed them these 3 times. 11 Therefore now flee you to your place. I thought to promote you to great honor, but, behold, Jehovah has kept you back from honor. 12 Balaam said to Balak, didn't I also tell your messengers who you sent to me, saying, 13 If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I can't go beyond Jehovah's word, to do either good or bad of my own mind. I will say what Jehovah says. 14 Now, behold, I go to my people. Come, I will inform you what this people shall do to your people in the latter days. 15 He took up his parable, and said, Balaam the son of Beor says, the man whose eyes are open says. 16 He says, who hears the words of God? Knows knows the knowledge of the Most High? And who sees the vision of the Almighty? Falling down, and having his eyes open. 17 I see him, but not now. I see him, but not near. A star will come out of Jacob. A scepter will rise out of Israel. And shall strike through the corners of Moab. And break down all the sons of Sheth. 18 Edom shall be a possession. Seir, his enemies, also shall be a possession. While Israel does valiantly. 19 Out of Jacob shall one have dominion. And shall destroy the remnant from the city. 20 He looked at Amalek, and took up his parable, and said, Amalek was the first of the nations. But his latter end shall come to destruction. 21 He looked at the Kenite, and took up his parable, and said, Your dwelling place is strong. Your nest is set in the rock. 22 Nevertheless Cain shall be wasted. Until Ashur carries you away captive. 23 He took up his parable, and said, Alas, who shall live when God does this? 24 But ships shall come from the coast of Kittim. They shall afflict Ashur, and shall afflict Eber. He also shall come to destruction. 25 Balaam rose up, and went and returned to his place, and Balak also went his way. Chapter 25. 1 Israel stayed in Shittim, and the people began to play the prostitute with the daughters of Moab. 2 For they called the people to the sacrifices of their gods. The people ate and bowed down to their gods. 3 Israel joined himself to Baal Peor. Jehovah's anger burned against Israel. 4 Jehovah said to Moses, Take all the chiefs of the people, and hang them up to Jehovah before the sun, that the fierce anger of Jehovah may turn away from Israel. 5 Moses said to the judges of Israel, Everyone kill his men who have joined themselves to Baal Peor. 6 Behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought to his brothers a Midianite woman in the sight of Moses, and in the sight of all the congregation of the children of Israel, while they were weeping at the door of the tent of meeting. 7 When Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, saw it, he rose up from the middle of the congregation, and took a spear in his hand. 8 He went after the man of Israel into the pavilion. Numbers 110. And thrust both of them through, the man of Israel, and the woman through her body. So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel. 9 Those who died by the plague were 24,000. 10 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 11 Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, has turned my wrath away from the children of Israel, in that he was jealous with my jealousy among them, so that I didn't consume the children of Israel in my jealousy. 12 Therefore say, Behold, I give to him my covenant of peace. 13 It shall be to him, and to his offspring after him, the covenant of an everlasting priesthood, because he was jealous for his God, and made atonement for the children of Israel. 14 Now the name of the man of Israel that was slain, who was slain with the Midianite woman, was Zimri, the son of Salu, a prince of Aphather's house among the Simeonites. 15 The name of the Midianite woman who was slain was Kashbi, the daughter of Zur. He was head of the people of Aphather's house in Midian. 16 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 17 Harass the Midianites, and strike them. 18 For they harassed you with their wiles, with which they have deceived you in the matter of Peor, and in the matter of Kashbi, the daughter of the prince of Midian, their sister, who was slain on the day of the plague in the matter of Peor. Chapter 26. 1 After the plague, Jehovah spoke to Moses and to Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest, saying, 2. Take a census of all the congregation of the children of Israel, from 20 years old and upward, by their fathers' houses, all who are able to go out to war in Israel. 3. Moses and Eleazar the priest spoke with them in the plains of Moab, by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, 4. Take a census, from 20 years old and upward, as Jehovah commanded Moses and the children of Israel. These are those that came out of the land of Egypt. 5. Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, the sons of Reuben, of Hanok, the family of the Hanochites. Of Palu, the family of the Paluites. 6. Of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites. Of Carmi, the family of the Carmites. 7. These are the families of the Reubenites, and those who were numbered of them were 43,730. 8. The sons of Palu, Eliab. 9. The sons of Eliab, Nemuel and Dathan and Abiram. These are that Dathan and Abiram, who were called by the congregation, who rebelled against Moses and against Aaron in the company of Korah, when they rebelled against Jehovah. 10. And the earth opened its mouth, and swallowed them up, together with Korah, when that company died, at the time the fire devoured 250 men, and they became a sign. 11. Notwithstanding, the sons of Korah didn't die. 12. The sons of Simeon after their families, of Nemuel, the family of the Nemuelites, of Jamin, the family of the Jaminites, of Jachin, the family of the Jachinites. 13. Of Zerah, the family of the Zerahites, of Shaul, the family of the Shaulites. 14. These are the families of the Simeonites. 22,200. 15. The sons of Gad after their families, of Zephon, the family of the Zephonites, of Haggai, the family of the Haggites, of Shuni, the family of the Shunites. 16. Of Ajni, the family of the Ajnites, of Eri, the family of the Erites. 17. Of Arad, the family of the Aradites, of Areli, the family of the Arelites. 18. These are the families of the sons of Gad according to those who were numbered of them, 40,500. 19. The sons of Judah, Er and Onan. Er and Onan died in the land of Canaan. 20. The sons of Judah after their families were, of Shelah, the family of the Shelanites, of Perez, the family of the Perizzites, of Zerah, the family of the Zerahites. 21. The sons of Perez were, of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites, of Hamel, the family of the Hamelites. 22. These are the families of Judah according to those who were numbered of them, 76,500. 23. The sons of Issachar after their families, of Tola, the family of the Tolaites, of Puvah, the family of the Punites. 24. Of Jashub, the family of the Jashubites, of Shimron, the family of the Shimronites. 25. These are the families of Issachar according to those who were numbered of them, 64,300. 26. The sons of Zebulun after their families, of Satath, the family of the Sirdites, of Elon, the family of the Elonites, of Yaleel, the family of the Yaleelites. 27. These are the families of the Zebulunites according to those who were numbered of them, 60,500. 28. The sons of Joseph after their families, Manasseh and Ephraim. 29. The sons of Manasseh, of Machir, the family of the Machirites, and Machir became the father of Gilead, the family of the Gileadites. 30 These are the sons of Gilead, of Ezer, the family of the Ezerites, of Helek, the family of the Helkites, 31 And Asriel, the family of the Asrielites, and Shechem, the family of the Shechemites, 32 And Shemitah, the family of the Shemidates, and Hepher, the family of the Hepherites. 33 Zelophehad the son of Hepher had no sons, but daughters, and the names of the daughters of Zelophehad were Mala, and Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. 34 These are the families of Manasseh. Those who were numbered of them were 52,700. 35 These are the sons of Ephraim after their families, of Shuthelah, the family of the Shuthelahites, of Becher, the family of the Beshrites, of Tahan, the family of the Tahanites. 36 These are the sons of Shuthelah, of Aaron, the family of the Aaronites. 37 These are the families of the sons of Ephraim according to those who were numbered of them, 32,500. These are the sons of Joseph after their families. 111 Numbers. 38 The sons of Benjamin after their families, of Bela, the family of the Belaites, of Ashbel, the family of the Ashbelites, of Ahiram, the family of the Ahiramites, 39 Of Shephupham, the family of the Shuphamites, of Hupham, the family of the Huphamites. 40 The sons of Bela were Ard and Naaman, the family of the Ardites, of Naaman, the family of the Namites. 41 These are the sons of Benjamin after their families, and those who were numbered of them were 45,600. 42 These are the sons of Dan after their families, of Shuham, the family of the Shuamites. These are the families of Dan after their families. 43 All the families of the Shuamites, according to those who were numbered of them, were 64,400. 44 The sons of Asher after their families, of Imnah, the family of the Imnites, of Ishvi, the family of the Ishvites, of Beriah, the family of the Berites. 45 Of the sons of Beriah, of Heber, the family of the Heberites, of Malchiel, the family of the Malchielites. 46 The name of the daughter of Asher was Sarah. 47 These are the families of the sons of Asher according to those who were numbered of them, 53,400. 48 The sons of Naphtali after their families, of Yaziel, the family of the Yazelites, of Guni, the family of the Gunites. 49 Of Jezer, the family of the Jezerites, of Shillem, the family of the Shillemites. 50 These are the families of Naphtali according to their families, and those who were numbered of them were 45,400. 51 These are those who were numbered of the children of Israel, 601,730. 52 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 53:2 These the land shall be divided for an inheritance, according to the number of names. 54 To the more you shall give the more inheritance, and to the fewer you shall give the less inheritance. 2 Everyone according to those who were numbered of him shall his inheritance be given. 55 Notwithstanding, the land shall be divided by lot, according to the names of the tribes of their fathers they shall inherit. 56 According to the lot shall their inheritance be divided between the more and the fewer. 57 These are those who were numbered of the Levites after their families, of Gershon, the family of the Gershonites, of Kohat, the family of the Kohathites, of Merari, the family of the Merarites. 58 These are the families of Levi, the family of the Libnites, the family of the Hebronites, the family of the Malites, the family of the Mushites, the family of the Korahites. Kohat became the father of Amram. 59 The name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, who was born to Levi in Egypt. She bore to Amram Aaron and Moses, and Miriam their sister. 60 To Aaron were born Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. 61 Nadab and Abihu died when they offered strange fire before Jehovah. 62 Those who were numbered of them were 23,000, every male from a month old and upward, for they were not numbered among the children of Israel, because there was no inheritance given them among the children of Israel. 63 These are those who were numbered by Moses and Eleazar the priest, who numbered the children of Israel in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. 64 But among these there was not a man of them who were numbered by Moses and Aaron the priest, who numbered the children of Israel in the wilderness of Sinai. 65 For Jehovah had said of them, they shall surely die in the wilderness. There was not a man left of them, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua the son of Nun. Chapter 27 1 Then the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of Manasseh the son of Joseph came near. These are the names of his daughters, Mahlah, Noah, and Hoglah, and Milcah, and Tirzah. 2 They stood before Moses, and before Eleazar the priest, and before the princes and all the congregation, at the door of the tent of meeting, saying, 3 Our father died in the wilderness. He was not among the company of those who gathered themselves together against Jehovah in the company of Korah, but he died in his own sin. He had no sons. For why should the name of our father be taken away from among his family, because he had no son? Give to us a possession among the brothers of our father. 5 Moses brought their cause before Jehovah. 6 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 7 The daughters of Zelophehad speak right. You shall surely give them a possession of an inheritance among their father's brothers. You shall cause the inheritance of their father to pass to them. 8 You shall speak to the children of Israel, saying, If a man dies, and has no son, then you shall cause his inheritance to pass to his daughter. 9 If he has no daughter, then you shall give his inheritance to his brothers. 10 If he has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his father's brothers. 11 If his father has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his kinsman who is next to him of his family, and he shall possess it. This shall be a statute and ordinance for the children of Israel, as Jehovah commanded Moses. 12 Jehovah said to Moses, Go up into this mountain of Abadim, and see the land which I have given to the children of Israel. 13 When you have seen it, you also shall be gathered to your people, as Aaron your brother was gathered. 14 Because in the strife of the congregation, you rebelled against my word in the wilderness of Zin, to honor me as holy at the waters before their eyes. These are the waters of Meribah of Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin. 15 Moses spoke to Jehovah, saying, 16 Let Jehovah, the God of the spirits of all flesh, appoint a man over the congregation, 17 who may go out Numbers 112. Before them, and who may come in before them, and who may lead them out, and who may bring them in, that the congregation of Jehovah not be as sheep which have no shepherd. 18 Jehovah said to Moses, Take Joshua the son of Nun, a man in whom is the Spirit, and lay your hand on him. 19 Set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation, and commission him in their sight. 20 You shall give authority to him, that all the congregation of the children of Israel may obey. 21 He shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall inquire for him by the judgment of the Urim before Jehovah. At his word they shall go out, and at his word they shall come in, both he, and all the children of Israel with him, even all the congregation. 22 Moses did as Jehovah commanded him. He took Joshua, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation. 23 He laid his hands on him, and commissioned him, as Jehovah spoke by Moses. Chapter 28. 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Command the children of Israel, and tell them, See that you present my offering, my food for my offerings made by fire, of a pleasant aroma to me, in their due season. 3 You shall tell them, This is the offering made by fire which you shall offer to Jehovah, male lambs a year old without defect, 2 day by day, for a continual burnt offering. 4 You shall offer the one lamb in the morning, and you shall offer the other lamb at evening. 5 With 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a meal offering, mixed with the 4th part of a hin of beaten oil. 6 It is a continual burnt offering, which was ordained in Mount Sinai for a pleasant aroma, an offering made by fire to Jehovah. 7 Its drink offering shall be the 4th part of a hin for the one lamb. You shall pour out a drink offering of strong drink to Jehovah in the holy place. 8 The other lamb you shall offer at evening, as the meal offering of the morning, and as its drink offering, you shall offer it, an offering made by fire, of a pleasant aroma to Jehovah. 9 On the Sabbath day, 2 male lambs a year old without defect, and 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a meal offering, mixed with oil, and its drink offering. 10 This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, besides the continual burnt offering, and its drink offering. 11 In the beginnings of your months, you shall offer a burnt offering to Jehovah, 2 young bulls, and 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old without defect, 12 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a meal offering, mixed with oil, for each bull, and 2/10 parts of fine flour for a meal offering, mixed with oil, for the one ram. 13 1/10 part of fine flour mixed with oil, for a meal offering to every lamb, for a burnt offering of a pleasant aroma, an offering made by fire to Jehovah. 14 Their drink offerings shall be half a hin of wine for a bull, and the 1/3 part of a hin for the ram, and the 4th part of a hin for a lamb. This is the burnt offering of every month, throughout the months of the year. 15 One male goat for a sin offering to Jehovah, it shall be offered besides the continual burnt offering, and its drink offering. 16 In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, is Jehovah's Passover. 17 On the 15th day of this month shall be a feast. Unleavened bread shall be eaten for 7 days. 18 On the first day shall be a holy convocation. You shall do no regular work. 19 But you shall offer an offering made by fire, a burnt offering to Jehovah, 2 young bulls, and 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old, they shall be to you without defect, 20 and their meal offering, fine flour mixed with oil. You shall offer 3/10 for a bull, and 2/10 for the ram. 21 you shall offer 1/10 for every lamb of the 7 lambs, 22 and 1 male goat for a sin offering, to make atonement for you. 23 you shall offer these besides the burnt offering of the morning, which is for a continual burnt offering. 24 Indiana this way you shall offer daily for 7 days, the food of the offering made by fire, of a pleasant aroma to Jehovah. It shall be offered in addition to the continual burnt offering and its drink offering. 25 On the 7th day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no regular work. 26 Also on the day of the first fruits, when you offer a new meal offering to Jehovah in your feast of weeks, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no regular work. 27 But you shall offer a burnt offering for a pleasant aroma to Jehovah, 2 young bulls, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old. 28 And their meal offering, fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 for each bull, 2/10 for the 1 ram, 29 1/10 for every lamb of the 7 lambs, 31 male goat, to make atonement for you. 31 Besides the continual burnt offering, and its meal offering, you shall offer them and their drink offerings. See that they are without defect. Chapter 29. 1 In the 7th month, on the first day of the month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no regular work, it is a day of blowing of trumpets to you. 2 You shall offer a burnt offering for a pleasant aroma to Jehovah, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old without defect. 3 And their meal offering, fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 for the bull, 2/10 for the ram, 4 and 1/10 for every lamb of the 7 lambs, 5 and 1 male goat for a sin offering, to make atonement for you. 6 Besides the burnt offering of the new moon, and its meal offering, and the continual burnt offering and its meal offering, and their drink offerings, according to their ordinance, for a pleasant aroma, an offering made by fire to Jehovah. 7 On the 10th day of the 7th month you shall have a holy convocation. You shall afflict your souls. You shall do no kind of work. 8 But you shall offer a burnt offering to Jehovah for a pleasant aroma, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old, all without defect. 9 And their meal offering, fine flour mixed with oil, 3 113 numbers. 10ths for the bull, 2/10 for the 1 ram, 10 1/10 for every lamb of the 7 lambs. 11 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the sin offering of atonement, and the continual burnt offering, and its meal offering, and their drink offerings. 12 On the 15th day of the 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no regular work. You shall keep a feast to Jehovah 7 days. 13 You shall offer a burnt offering, an offering made by fire, of a pleasant aroma to Jehovah, 13 young bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old, all without defect. 14 And their meal offering, fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 for every bull of the 13 bulls, 2/10 for each ram of the 2 rams, 15 and 1/10 for every lamb of the 14 lambs, 16 and 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its meal offering, and its drink offering. 17. On the second day you shall offer 12 young bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without defect, 18 and their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to their number, after the ordinance, 19 and 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, with its meal offering and their drink offerings. 20. On the third day 11 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without defect. 21 and their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to their number, after the ordinance. 22 and 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and its meal offering, and its drink offering. 23. On the fourth day 10 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without defect. 24 their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to their number, after the ordinance. 25 and 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its meal offering, and its drink offering. 26 On the fifth day 9 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without defect. 27 and their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to their number, after the ordinance. 28 and 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and its meal offering, and its drink offering. 29 On the sixth day 8 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without defect. 30 and their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to their number, after the ordinance. 31 and 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its meal offering, and its drink offerings. 32 On the seventh day 7 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without defect. 33 and their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to their number, after the ordinance. 34 and 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its meal offering, and its drink offering. 35 On the eighth day you shall have a solemn assembly, you shall do no regular work. 36 But you shall offer a burnt offering, an offering made by fire, of a pleasant aroma to Jehovah, 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old without defect. 37 Their meal offering and their drink offerings for the bull, for the ram, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the ordinance. 38 And 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, with its meal offering, and its drink offering. 39 You shall offer these to Jehovah in your set feasts, besides your vows, and your free will offerings, for your burnt offerings, and for your meal offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offerings. 40 Moses told the children of Israel according to all that Jehovah commanded Moses. Chapter 30. 1 Moses spoke to the heads of the tribes of the children of Israel, saying, This is the thing which Jehovah has commanded. 2 When a man vows a vow to Jehovah, or swears an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. 3 Also when a woman vows a vow to Jehovah, and binds herself by a bond, being in her father's house, in her youth, 4 And her father hears her vow, and her bond with which she has bound her soul. And her father holds his peace at her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond with which she has bound her soul shall stand. 5 But if her father forbids her in the day that he hears none of her vows, or of her bonds with which she has bound her soul, shall stand, Jehovah will forgive her, because her father has forbidden her. 6 If she has a husband, while her vows are on her, or the rash utterance of her lips, with which she has bound her soul. 7 And her husband hears it, and hold his peace at her in the day that he hears it, then her vows shall stand, and her bonds with which she has bound her soul shall stand. 8 But if her husband forbids her in the day that he hears it, then he shall make void her vow which is on her, and the rash utterance of her lips, with which she has bound her soul. Jehovah will forgive her. 9 But the vow of a widow, or of her who is divorced, everything with which she has bound her soul, shall stand against her. 10 If she vowed in her husband's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath. 11 And her husband heard it, and held his peace at her, and didn't disallow her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond with which she bound her soul shall stand. 12 But if her husband made them null and void in the day that he heard them, then whatever proceeded out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, shall not stand. Her husband has made them void. Jehovah, Numbers 114, will forgive her. 13 Every vow, and every binding oath to afflict the soul, her husband may establish it, or her husband may make it void. 14 But if her husband altogether holds his peace at her from day to day, then he establishes all her vows, or all her bonds, which are on her. He has established them, because he held his peace at her in the day that he heard them. 15 But if he shall make them null and void after he has heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. 16 These are the statutes which Jehovah commanded Moses, between a man and his wife, between a father and his daughter, being in her youth, in her father's house. Chapter 31. 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Avenge the children of Israel for the Midianites. Afterward you shall be gathered to your people. 3 Moses spoke to the people, saying, Arm men from among you for the war, that they may go against Midian, to execute Jehovah's vengeance on Midian. 4 Of every tribe 1,000, throughout all the tribes of Israel, you shall send to the war. 5 So there were delivered out of the thousands of Israel, 1,000 of every tribe, 12,000 armed for war. 6 Moses sent them, 1,000 of every tribe, to the war. Them and Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest, to the war, with the vessels of the sanctuary, and the trumpets for the alarm in his hand. 7 They fought against Midian, as Jehovah commanded Moses. They killed every male. 8 They killed the kings of Midian with the rest of their slain, Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the 5 kings of Midian. They also killed Balaam the son of Beer with the sword. 9 The children of Israel took the women of Midian captive with their little ones, and all their livestock, all their flocks, and all their goods, they took as plunder. 10 All their cities in the places in which they lived, and all their encampments, they burnt with fire. 11 They took all the captives, and all the plunder, both of man and of animal. 12 They brought the captives, and the prey, and the plunder, to Moses and to Eleazar the priest, and to the congregation of the children of Israel, to the camp at the plains of Moab, which are by the Jordan at Jericho. 13 Moses, and Eleazar the priest, and all the princes of the congregation, went out to meet them outside of the camp. 14 Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the captains of thousands and the captains of hundreds, who came from the service of the war. 15 Moses said to them, Have you saved all the women alive? 16 Behold, these caused the children of Israel, through the counsel of Balaam, to commit trespass against Jehovah in the matter of Peor, and so the plague was among the congregation of Jehovah. 17 Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known man by lying with him. 18 But all the girls, who have not known man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. 19 Encamp outside of the camp 7 days. Whoever has killed any person, and whoever has touched any slain, purify yourselves on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, you and your captives. 20 As to every garment, and all that is made of skin, and all work of goat's hair, and all things made of wood, you shall purify yourselves. 21 Eleazar the priest said to the men of war who went to the battle, This is the statute of the law, which Jehovah has commanded Moses. 22 However the gold, and the silver, the brass, the iron, the tin, and the lead, 23 Everything that may withstand the fire, you shall make to go through the fire, and it shall be clean, nevertheless it shall be purified with the water for impurity. All that doesn't withstand the fire you shall make to go through the water. 24 You shall wash your clothes on the 7th day, and you shall be clean. Afterward you shall come into the camp. 25 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 26 Count the plunder that was taken, both of man and of animal, you, and Eleazar the priest, and the heads of the fathers' households of the congregation. 27 And divide the plunder into 2 parts, between the men skilled in war, who went out to battle, and all the congregation. 28 Levy a tribute to Jehovah. Of the men of war who went out to battle, 1 soul. Of 500, of the persons, of the cattle, of the donkeys, and of the flocks. 29 Take it from their half, and give it to Eleazar the priest, for Jehovah's wave offering. 30 Of the children of Israel's half. You shall take 1 drawn out of every 50, of the persons, of the cattle, of the donkeys, and of the flocks, of all the livestock, and give them to the Levites, who perform the duty of Jehovah's tabernacle. 31 Moses and Eleazar the priest did as Jehovah commanded Moses. 32 Now the plunder, over and above the booty, which the men of war took, was 675,000 sheep, 33 and 72,000 head of cattle, 34 and 61,000 donkeys, 35 and 32,000 persons in all. Of the women who had not known man by lying with him, 36 The half, which was the portion of those who went out to war, was in number 337,500 sheep. 37 And Jehovah's tribute of the sheep was 675. 38 The cattle were 36,000, of which Jehovah's tribute was 72. 39 The donkeys were 30,500, of which Jehovah's tribute was 61. 40 The persons were 16,000, of whom Jehovah's tribute was 32 persons. 41 Moses gave the tribute, which was Jehovah's wave offering, to Eleazar the priest, as Jehovah commanded Moses. 42 Of the children of Israel's half, which Moses divided off from the men who fought 43, now the congregation's half was 337,500 sheep, 44 and 36,000 head of cattle, 45 and 30,500 donkeys, 46 and 16,000 persons, 47 even of the children of Israel's half. Moses took one drawn out of every 50, both of man and of animal, and gave them to 115 numbers. The Levites, who performed the duty of Jehovah's tabernacle, as Jehovah commanded Moses. 48 The officers who were over the thousands of the army, the captains of thousands, and the captains of hundreds, came near to Moses. 49 They said to Moses, Your servants have taken the sum of the men of war who are under our command, and there lacks not one man of us. 50 We have brought Jehovah's offering, what every man has gotten, of jewels of gold, armlets, and bracelets, signet rings, earrings, and necklaces, to make atonement for our souls before Jehovah. 51 Moses and Eleazar the priest took their gold, even all worked jewels. 52 All the gold of the wave offering that they offered up to Jehovah, of the captains of thousands, and of the captains of hundreds, was 16,700. 50 shekels. 53 The men of war had taken booty, every man for himself. 54 Moses and Eleazar the priest took the gold of the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it into the tent of meeting, for a memorial for the children of Israel before Jehovah. Chapter 32. 1 Now the children of Reuben and the children of Gad had a very great multitude of livestock. When they saw the land of Jazer, and the land of Gilead, that behold, the place was a place for livestock, 2 The children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and spoke to Moses, and to Eleazar the priest, and to the princes of the congregation, saying, 3 Adaroth, Dibon, Jazer, Nimrah, Heshbon, Elealeh, Sebam, Nebo, and Bean, 4 The land which Jehovah struck before the congregation of Israel, is a land for livestock, and your servants have livestock. 5 They said, If we have found favor in your sight, let this land be given to your servants for a possession. Don't bring us over the Jordan. 6 Moses said to the children of Gad, and to the children of Reuben, Shall your brothers go to the war, and shall you sit here? 7 Why do you discourage the heart of the children of Israel from going over into the land which Jehovah has given them? 8 Your fathers did so when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. 9 For when they went up to the valley of Eshcol, and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the children of Israel, that they should not go into the land which Jehovah had given them. 10 Jehovah's anger burned in that day, and he swore, saying, 11 Surely none of the men who came up out of Egypt, from 20 years old and upward, shall see the land which I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, because they have not wholly followed me. 12 Except Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, and Joshua the son of Nun, because they have followed Jehovah completely. 13 Jehovah's anger burned against Israel, and he made them wander back and forth in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation who had done evil in Jehovah's sight was consumed. 14 Behold, you have risen up in your father's place, an increase of sinful men, to add yet to the fierce anger of Jehovah toward Israel. 15 For if you turn away from after him, he will yet again leave them in the wilderness, and you will destroy all these people. 16 They came near to him, and said, We will build sheepfolds here for our livestock, and cities for our little ones. 17 But we ourselves will be ready armed to go before the children of Israel, until we have brought them to their place. Our little ones shall dwell in the fortified cities because of the inhabitants of the land. 18 We will not return to our houses, until the children of Israel have each inherited their inheritance. 19 For we will not inherit with them on the other side of the Jordan. And further, because our inheritance has come to us on this side of the Jordan eastward. 20 Moses said to them, If you will do this thing, if you will arm yourselves to go before Jehovah to the war. 21 And every armed man of you will pass over the Jordan before Jehovah, until he has driven out his enemies from before him. 22 And the land is subdued before Jehovah, then afterward you shall return, and be guiltless towards Jehovah, and towards Israel, and this land shall be to you for a possession before Jehovah. 23 But if you will not do so, behold, you have sinned against Jehovah, and be sure your sin will find you out. 24 Build cities for your little ones, and folds for your sheep, and do that which has proceeded out of your mouth. 25 The children of Gad and the children of Reuben spoke to Moses, saying, Your servants will do as my Lord commands. 26 Our little ones, our wives, our flocks, and all our livestock, shall be there in the cities of Gilead. 27 But your servants will pass over, every man who is armed for war, before Jehovah to battle, as my Lord says. 28 So Moses commanded concerning them to Eleazar the priest, and to Joshua the son of Nun, and to the heads of the fathers' households of the tribes of the children of Israel. 29 Moses said to them, If the children of Gad and the children of Reuben will pass with you over the Jordan, every man who is armed to battle, before Jehovah, and the land is subdued before you, then you shall give them the land of Gilead for a possession. 30 But if they will not pass over with you armed, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. 31 The children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, saying, As Jehovah has said to your servants, so will we do. 32 We will pass over armed before Jehovah into the land of Canaan, and the possession of our inheritance shall remain with us beyond the Jordan. 33 Moses gave to them, even to the children of Gad, and to the children of Reuben, and to the half tribe of Manasseh the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og king of Bashan, the land, according to its cities and borders, even the cities of the surrounding land. 34 The children of Gad built Dibon, Ataroth. Numbers 116. Aroer, 35 Atroth Shophan, Jazer, Jogbehah. 36 Beth Nimrah, and Beth Haran, fortified cities and folds for sheep. 37 The children of Reuben built Heshbon, Elealeh, Kiriathaim. 38 Nebo, and Baalmeon, their names being changed, and Sibmah. They gave other names to the cities which they built. 39 The children of Machir the son of Manasseh went to Gilead, took it, and dispossessed the Amorites who were therein. 40 Moses gave Gilead to Machir the son of Manasseh, and he lived therein. 41 Jair the son of Manasseh went and took its towns, and called them Havoth Jair. 42 Noba went and took Kenath, and its villages, and called it Noba, after his own name. Chapter 33. 1. These are the journeys of the children of Israel, when they went out of the land of Egypt by their armies under the hand of Moses and Aaron. 2. Moses wrote their goings out according to their journeys by the commandment of Jehovah. These are their journeys according to their goings out. 3. They traveled from Ramesses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month, on the next day after the Passover, the children of Israel went out with a high hand in the sight of all the Egyptians, for while the Egyptians were burying all their firstborn, whom Jehovah had struck among them, Jehovah also executed judgments on their gods. 5. The children of Israel traveled from Ramesses, and encamped in Sukkos. 6. They traveled from Sukkos, and encamped in Etham, which is in the edge of the wilderness. 7. They traveled from Etham, and turned back to Pahahiroth, which is before Baal Zephon, and they encamped before Migdal. 8. They traveled from before Hahiroth, and crossed through the middle of the sea into the wilderness. They went 3 days' journey in the wilderness of Etham, and encamped in Marah. 9. They traveled from Marah, and came to Elim. In Elim, there were 12 springs of water, and 70 palm trees, and they encamped there. 10. They traveled from Elim, and encamped by the Red Sea. 11. They traveled from the Red Sea, and encamped in the wilderness of Sin. 12. They traveled from the wilderness of Sin, and encamped in Difka. 13. They traveled from Difka, and encamped in Alish. 14. They traveled from Alish, and encamped in Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. 15. They traveled from Rephidim, and encamped in the wilderness of Sinai. 16. They traveled from the wilderness of Sinai, and encamped in Kibroth Hattaavah. 17. They traveled from Kibroth Hattaavah, and encamped in Hazeroth. 18. They traveled from Hazeroth, and encamped in Rithmah. 19. They traveled from Rithmah, and encamped in Rimmon Perez. 20. They traveled from Rimmon Perez, and encamped in Libnah. 21. They traveled from Libnah, and encamped in Rissa. 22. They traveled from Rissa, and encamped in Kehelatha. 23. They traveled from Kehelatha, and encamped in Mount Shepher. 24. They traveled from Mount Shepher, and encamped in Harada. 25. They traveled from Harada, and encamped in Machiloth. 26. They traveled from Machiloth, and encamped in Tahat. 27. They traveled from Tahat, and encamped in Terah. 28. They traveled from Terah, and encamped in Mithka. 29. They traveled from Mithka, and encamped in Hashmanah. 30. They traveled from Hashmanah, and encamped in Mosroth. 31. They traveled from Mosroth, and encamped in Bani Jakin. 32. They traveled from Bani Jakin, and encamped in Hor Haggajud. 33. They traveled from Hor Haggajud, and encamped in Jotbatha. 34. They traveled from Jotbatha, and encamped in Abrona. 35. They traveled from Abrona, and encamped in Ezion Geber. 36. They traveled from Ezion Geber, and encamped at Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin. 37. They traveled from Kadesh, and encamped in Mount Hor, in the edge of the land of Edom. 38. Aaron the priest went up into Mount Hor at the commandment of Jehovah, and died there, in the 40th year after the children of Israel had come out of the land of Egypt, in the 5th month, on the 1st day of the month. 39. Aaron was 100 23 years old when he died in Mount Hor. 40 The Canaanite, the king of Arad, who lived in the south in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the children of Israel. 41 They traveled from Mount Hor, and encamped in Zalmanah. 42 They traveled from Zalmanah, and encamped in Punan. 43 They traveled from Punan, and encamped in Abath. 44 They traveled from Abath, and encamped in Abadim, in the border of Moab. 45 They traveled from Eim, and encamped in Dibon Gad. 46 They traveled from Dibon Gad, and encamped in Almon Diblathaim. 47 They traveled from Almon Diblathaim, and encamped in the mountains of Abadim, before Nebo. 48 They traveled from the mountains of Abadim, and encamped in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. 49 They encamped by the Jordan, from Beth Shemoth, even to Abel Shittim in the plains of Moab. 50 Jehovah spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, 51 Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them, when you pass over the Jordan into the land of Canaan. 52 Then you shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, destroy all their stone idols, destroy all their molten images, and demolish all their high places. 53 You shall take possession of the land, and dwell therein, for I have given the land to you to possess it. 54 You shall inherit the land by lot according to your families, to the more you shall give the more inheritance, and to the fewer you shall give the less inheritance. Wherever the lot falls to any man, that shall be his. You shall inherit according to the tribes of your fathers. 55 But if you do not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then those you let remain of them will be as pricks in your eyes and as thorns in your sides, and they will harass you in the land. 117 Numbers in which you dwell. 56 It shall happen that as I thought to do to them, so will I do to you. Chapter 34 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 2 Command the children of Israel, and tell them, when you come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall to you for an inheritance, even the land of Canaan according to its borders. 3 Then your south quarter shall be from the wilderness of Zin along by the side of Edom, and your south border shall be from the end of the Salt Sea eastward. 4 Your border shall turn about southward of the ascent of Akrabim, and pass along to Zin, and it shall pass southward of Kadesh Barnea, and it shall go from there to Hazar Adar, and pass along to Asman. 5 The border shall turn about from Asman to the brook of Egypt, and it shall end at the sea. 6 For the western border, you shall have the Great Sea and its border. This shall be your west border. 7 This shall be your north border, from the Great Sea you shall mark out for yourselves Mount Hor. 8 From Mount Hor you shall mark out to the entrance of Hamath, and the border shall pass by Zedad. 9 Then the border shall go to Ziphron, and it shall end at Hazar Enan. This shall be your north border. 10 You shall mark out your east border from Hazar Enan to Shechem. 11 The border shall go down from Shechem to Riblah, on the east side of An. The border shall go down, and shall reach to the side of the sea of Chinnereth eastward. 12 The border shall go down to the Jordan, and end at the Salt Sea. This shall be your land according to its borders around it. 13 Moses commanded the children of Israel, saying, This is the land which you shall inherit by lot, which Jehovah has commanded to give to the 9 tribes, and to the half-tribe, 14 for the tribe of the children of Reuben according to their fathers' houses, and the tribe of the children of Gad according to their fathers' houses, have received, and the half-tribe of Manasseh have received, their inheritance. 15 The 2 tribes and the half-tribe have received their inheritance beyond the Jordan at Jericho eastward, toward the sunrise. 16 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 17 These are the names of the men who shall divide the land to you for inheritance, Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun. 18 You shall take one prince of every tribe, to divide the land for inheritance. 19 These are the names of the men of the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh. 20 Of the tribe of the children of Simeon, Shemuel the son of Ammihud. 21 Of the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad the son of Kislon. 22 Of the tribe of the children of Dan a prince, Bukai the son of Jogli. 23 Of the children of Joseph, of the tribe of the children of Manasseh a prince, Haniel the son of Ephod. 24 Of the tribe of the children of Ephraim a prince, Kemuel the son of Shiftan. 25 Of the tribe of the children of Zebulun a prince, Elizaphan the son of Parnach. 26 Of the tribe of the children of Issachar a prince, Paltiel the son of Azan. 27 Of the tribe of the children of Asher a prince, Ahiud the son of Shalomi. 28 Of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, a prince, Pedahel the son of Ammihud. 29 These are they whom Jehovah commanded to divide the inheritance to the children of Israel in the land of Canaan. Chapter 35 1 Jehovah spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab, by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, 2 Command the children of Israel to give to the Levites of the inheritance of their possession cities to dwell in. You shall give suburbs for the cities around them to the Levites. 3 They shall have the cities to dwell in. Their suburbs shall be for their livestock, and for their possessions, and for all their animals. 4 The suburbs of the cities, which you shall give to the Levites, shall be from the wall of the city and outward 1,000 cubits around it. 5 You shall measure outside of the city for the east side 2,000 cubits, and for the south side 2,000 cubits, and for the west side 2,000 cubits, and for the north side 2,000 cubits, the city being in the middle. This shall be the suburbs of their cities. 6 The cities which you shall give to the Levites, they shall be the 6 cities of refuge, which you shall give for the manslayer to flee to. Besides them you shall give 42 cities. 7 All the cities which you shall give to the Levites shall be 48 cities together with their suburbs. 8 Concerning the cities which you shall give of the possession of the children of Israel, from the many you shall take many, and from the few you shall take few. Everyone according to his inheritance, which he inherits shall give some of his cities to the Levites. 9 Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, 10 Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them, when you pass over the Jordan into the land of Canaan. 11 Then you shall appoint for yourselves cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the manslayer who kills any person unwittingly may flee there. 12 The cities shall be to you for refuge from the avenger, that the manslayer not die, until he stands before the congregation for judgment. 13 The cities which you shall give shall be for you 6 cities of refuge. 14 You shall give 3 cities beyond the Jordan, and you shall give 3 cities in the land of Canaan. They shall be cities of refuge. 15 For the children of Israel, and for the stranger, and for the foreigner living among them, shall these 6 cities be for refuge, that everyone who kills any person unwittingly may flee there. 16 But if he struck him with an instrument of iron, so that he died, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. 17 If he struck him with a stone in the hand, by which a man may die, and he died, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. 18 Or if he struck him with a weapon of wood in the hand, by which a man may die, and he died, he is a Numbers 118. Murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. 19 The avenger of blood shall himself put the murderer to death. When he meets him, he shall put him to death. 20 If he shoved him out of hatred, or hurled at him, lying in wait, so that he died. 21 Or in hostility struck him with his hand, so that he died, he who struck him shall surely be put to death. He is a murderer. The avenger of blood shall put the murderer to death, when he meets him. 22 But if he shoved him suddenly without hostility, or hurled on him anything without lying in wait. 23 Or with any stone, by which a man may die, not seeing him, and cast it on him, so that he died, and he was not his enemy, neither sought his harm. 24 Then the congregation shall judge between the striker and the avenger of blood according to these ordinances. 25 The congregation shall deliver the manslayer out of the hand of the avenger of blood, and the congregation shall restore him to his city of refuge, where he had fled. He shall dwell therein until the death of the high priest, who was anointed with the holy oil. 26 But if the manslayer shall at any time go beyond the border of his city of refuge, where he flees. 27 And the avenger of blood finds him outside of the border of his city of refuge, and the avenger of blood kills the manslayer, he shall not be guilty of blood. 28 Because he should have remained in his city of refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the manslayer shall return into the land of his possession. 29 These things shall be for a statute and ordinance to you throughout your generations in all your dwellings. 30 Whoever kills any person, the murderer shall be slain at the mouth of witnesses, but one witness shall not testify against any person that he die. 31 Moreover you shall take no ransom for the life of a murderer who is guilty of death, but he shall surely be put to death. 32 You shall take no ransom for him who is fled to his city of refuge, that he may come again to dwell in the land, until the death of the priest. 33 So you shall not pollute the land in which you are, for blood pollutes the land. No atonement can be made for the land for the blood that is shed in it, but by the blood of him who shed it. 34 You shall not defile the land which you inhabit, in the middle of which I dwell, for I, Jehovah, dwell in the middle of the children of Israel. Chapter 36 1 The heads of the fathers' households of the family of the children of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of the sons of Joseph, came near, and spoke before Moses, and before the princes, the heads of the fathers' households of the children of Israel. 2 They said, Jehovah commanded my Lord to give the land for inheritance by lot to the children of Israel. My Lord was commanded by Jehovah to give the inheritance of Zelophehad our brother to his daughters. 3. If they are married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Israel, then their inheritance will be taken away from the inheritance of our fathers, and will be added to the inheritance of the tribe to which they shall belong. So it will be taken away from the lot of our inheritance. For when the jubilee of the children of Israel shall be, then their inheritance will be added to the inheritance of the tribe to which they shall belong. So their inheritance will be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers. 5. Moses commanded the children of Israel, according to Jehovah's word, saying, the tribe of the sons of Joseph speaks right. 6. This is the thing which Jehovah does command concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, let them be married to whom they think best, only they shall marry into the family of the tribe of their father. 7. So shall no inheritance of the children of Israel move from tribe to tribe, for the children of Israel shall all keep the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. 8. Every daughter who possesses an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Israel shall be wife to one of the family of the tribe of her father, that the children of Israel may each possess the inheritance of his fathers. 9. So shall no inheritance move from one tribe to another tribe, for the tribes of the children of Israel shall each keep his own inheritance. 10. The daughters of Zelophehad did as Jehovah commanded Moses. 11. For Mahlah, Tirzah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married to their fathers' brothers' sons. 12. They were married into the families of the sons of Manasseh the son of Joseph. Their inheritance remained in the tribe of the family of their father. 13. These are the commandments and the ordinances which Jehovah commanded by Moses to the children of Israel in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. Underscore 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 un. Deuteronomy chapter 1. 1. These are the words which Moses spoke to all Israel beyond the Jordan in the wilderness, in the Arabah over against Suf, between Paran, Tophel, Laban, Hazeroth, and Dizahab. 2. It is 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea. 3. In the 40th year, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, Moses spoke to the children of Israel, according to all that Jehovah had given him in commandment to them. For after he had struck Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, who lived in Ashtaroth, at Edrei. 5. Beyond the Jordan, in the land of Moab. 119. Deuteronomy. Moses began to declare this law, saying, 6. Jehovah our God spoke to us in Horeb, saying, you have lived long enough at this mountain. 7. Turn, and take your journey, and go to the hill country of the Amorites, and to all the places near there, in the Arabah, in the hill country, and in the lowland, and in the south, and by the seashore, the land of the Canaanites, and Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. 8. Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which Jehovah swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give to them, and to their offspring after them. 9. I spoke to you at that time, saying, I am not able to bear you myself alone. 10. Jehovah your God has multiplied you, and behold, you are today as the stars of the sky for multitude. 11. Jehovah, the God of your fathers, make you 1,000 times as many as you are, and bless you, as he has promised you. 12. How can I myself alone bear your problems, your burdens, and your strife? 13. Take wise men of understanding and well known according to your tribes, and I will make them heads over you. 14. You answered me, and said, the thing which you have spoken is good to do. 15. So I took the heads of your tribes, wise men, and known, and made them heads over you, captains of thousands, and captains of hundreds, and captains of fifties, and captains of tens, and officers, according to your tribes. 16. I commanded your judges at that time, saying, hear cases between your brothers, and judge righteously between a man and his brother, and the foreigner who is living with him. 17. You shall not show partiality in judgment, you shall hear the small and the great alike. You shall not be afraid of the face of man, for the judgment is God's. The case that is too hard for you, you shall bring to me, and I will hear it. 18. I commanded you at that time all the things which you should do. 19. We traveled from Horeb, and went through all that great and terrible wilderness which you saw, by the way to the hill country of the Amorites, as Jehovah our God commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea. 20. I said to you, you have come to the hill country of the Amorites, which Jehovah our God gives to us. 21. Behold, Jehovah your God has set the land before you. Go up, take possession, as Jehovah, the God of your fathers, has spoken to you. Don't be afraid, neither be dismayed. 22. You came near to me, every one of you, and said, let us send men before us, that they may search the land for us, and bring us word again of the way by which we must go up, and the cities to which we shall come. 23. The thing pleased me well. I took 12 men of you, 1 man for every tribe. 24. They turned and went up into the hill country, and came to the valley of Eshcol, and spied it out. 25. They took some of the fruit of the land in their hands, and brought it down to us, and brought us word again, and said, it is a good land which Jehovah our God gives to us. 26. Yet you wouldn't go up, but rebelled against the commandment of Jehovah your God. 27. You murmured in your tents, and said, because Jehovah hated us, he has brought us out of the land of Egypt, to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites, to destroy us. 28. Where are we going up? Our brothers have made our heart melt, saying, the people are greater and taller than we. The cities are great and fortified up to the sky. Moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakim there. 29. Then I said to you, don't dread, neither be afraid of them. 30. Jehovah your God who goes before you, he will fight for you, according to all that he did for you in Egypt before your eyes. 31. And in the wilderness, where you have seen how Jehovah your God bore you, as a man does bear his son, in all the way that you went, until you came to this place. 32. Yet in this thing you didn't believe Jehovah your God. 33. Who went before you on the way, to seek out a place for you to pitch your tents in fire by night, to show you by what way you should go, and in the cloud by day. 34. Jehovah heard the voice of your words, and was angry, and swore, saying, 35. Surely not one of these men of this evil generation shall see the good land, which I swore to give to your fathers. 36. Except Caleb the son of Jephunneh. He shall see it. I will give the land that he has trodden onto him, and to his children, because he has wholly followed Jehovah. 37 Also Jehovah was angry with me for your sakes, saying, You also shall not go in there. 38 Joshua the son of Nun, who stands before you, shall go in there. Encourage him, for he shall cause Israel to inherit it. 39 Moreover your little ones, whom you said should be captured or killed, and your children, who today have no knowledge of good or evil, they shall go in there, and I will give it to them, and they shall possess it. 40 But as for you, turn, and take your journey into the wilderness by the way to the Red Sea. 41 Then you answered and said to me, We have sinned against Jehovah, we will go up and fight, according to all that Jehovah our God commanded us. Every man of you put on his weapons of war, and presumed to go up into the hill country. 42 Jehovah said to me, Tell them, Don't go up, neither fight, for I am not among you, lest you be struck before your enemies. 43 So I spoke to you, and you didn't listen, but you rebelled against the commandment of Jehovah, and were presumptuous, and went up into the hill country. 44 The Amorites, who lived in that hill country, came out against you, and chased you, as bees do, and beat you down in Seir, even to Hormah. 45 You returned and wept before Jehovah, but Jehovah didn't listen to your voice, nor turn his ear to you. 46 So you stayed in Kadesh many days, according to the days that you remained. Chapter 2 1 Then we turned, and took our journey into the Deuteronomy 120 wilderness by the way to the Red Sea, as Jehovah spoke to me, and we encircled Mount Seir many days. 2 Jehovah spoke to me, saying, 3 You have encircled this mountain long enough. Turn northward. 4 Command the people, saying, You are to pass through the border of your brothers the children of Esau, who dwell in Seir, and they will be afraid of you. Therefore be careful. 5 Don't contend with them, for I will not give you any of their land, no, not so much as for the sole of the foot to tread on, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau for a possession. 6 You shall purchase food from them for money, that you may eat. You shall also buy water from them for money, that you may drink. 7 For Jehovah your God has blessed you in all the work of your hand. He has known your walking through this great wilderness. These 40 years, Jehovah your God has been with you. You have lacked nothing. 8 So we passed by from our brothers the children of Esau, who dwell in Seir, from the way of the Arabah from Elath and from Ezion-Geber. We turned and passed by the way of the wilderness of Moab. 9 Jehovah said to me, Don't bother Moab, neither contend with them in battle, for I will not give you any of his land for a possession, because I have given Ar to the children of Lot for a possession. 10 The Emim lived therein before, a people great and many and tall, as the Anakim. 11 These also are considered to be Rephaim, as the Anakim, but the Moabites call them Emim. 12 The Horites also lived in Seir before, but the children of Esau succeeded them. They destroyed them from before them, and lived in their place, as Israel did to the land of his possession, which Jehovah gave to them. 13 Now rise up, and cross over the brook Zered. We went over the brook Zered. 14 The days in which we came from Kadesh Barnea, until we had come over the brook Zered, were 38 years, until all the generation of The men of war were consumed from the middle of the camp, as Jehovah swore to them. 15 Moreover Jehovah's hand was against them, to destroy them from the middle of the camp, until they were consumed. 16 So, when all the men of war were consumed and dead from among the people, 17 Jehovah spoke to me, saying, 18 You are to pass over Ar, the border of Moab, today. 19 When you come near the border of the children of Ammon, don't bother them, nor contend with them, for I will not give you any of the land of the children of Ammon for a possession, because I have given it to the children of Lot for a possession. 20 That also is considered a land of Rephaim. Rephaim lived there before, but the Ammonites call them Zamzumim. 21 A great people, many and tall, as the Anakim, but Jehovah destroyed them before them, and they succeeded them, and lived in their place. 22 As he did for the children of Esau, who dwell in Seir, when he destroyed the Horites from before them, and they succeeded them, and lived in their place even to this day. 23 And the Avim, who lived in villages as far as Gaza, the Caphtorim, who came out of Caphtor, destroyed them, and lived in their place. 24 Rise up, take your journey, and pass over the valley of the Arnon. Behold, I have given into your hand Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to possess it, and contend with him in battle. 25 Today I will begin to put the dread of you and the fear of you on the peoples who are under the whole sky, who shall hear the report of you, and shall tremble, and be in anguish because of you. 26 I sent messengers out of the wilderness of Kedemoth to Sihon king of Heshbon with words of peace, saying, 27 Let me pass through your land. I will go along by the highway, I will turn neither to the right hand nor to the left. 28 You shall sell me food for money, that I may eat, and give me water for money, that I may drink. Just let me pass through on my feet. 29 As the children of Esau who dwell in Seir, and the Moabites who dwell in Ar, did to me, until I pass over the Jordan into the land which Jehovah our God gives us. 30 But Sihon, king of Heshbon, would not let us pass by him, for Jehovah your God hardened his spirit, and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into your hand, as it is today. 31 Jehovah said to me, Behold, I have begun to deliver up Sihon and his land before you. Begin to possess, that you may inherit his land. 32 Then Sihon came out against us, he and all his people, to battle at Hahaz. 33 Jehovah our God delivered him up before us, and we struck him, his sons, and all his people. 34 We took all his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed every inhabited city, with the women and the little ones. We left no one remaining. 35 Only the livestock we took for plunder for ourselves, with the plunder of the cities which we had taken. 36 From Aroer, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and the city that is in the valley, even to Gilead, there was not a city too high for us. Jehovah our God delivered up all before us. 37 Only to the land of the children of Ammon you didn't come near, all the banks of the river Jabbok, and the cities of the hill country, and wherever Jehovah our God forbade us. Chapter 3 1 Then we turned, and went up the way to Bashan. Og the king of Bashan came out against us, he and all his people, to battle at Edrei. 2 Jehovah said to me, Don't fear him, for I have delivered him, with all his people, and his land, into your hand. You shall do to him as you did to Sihon king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon. 3 So Jehovah our God delivered into our hand Og also, the king of Bashan, and all his people. We struck him until no one was left to him remaining. For we took all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we didn't take from them, 60 cities. 121 Deuteronomy. All the region of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan. 5 All these were cities fortified with high walls, gates, and bars, besides a great many towns without walls. 6 We utterly destroyed them, as we did to Sihon king of Heshbon, utterly destroying every inhabited city, with the women and the little ones. 7 But all the livestock, and the plunder of the cities, we took for plunder for ourselves. 8 We took the land at that time out of the hand of the 2 kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, from the valley of the Arnon to Mount Hermon. 9 The Sidonians call Hermon Syrian, and the Amorites call it Sinir. 10 We took all the cities of the plain, and all Gilead, and all Bashan, to Salca and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan. 11 For only Og king of Bashan remained of the remnant of the Rephaim. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron. Isn't it in Rabbah of the children of Ammon? 9 cubits was its length, and 4 cubits its width, after the cubit of a man. 12 This land we took Indiana possession at that time, from Aroer, which is by the valley of the Arnon, and half the hill country of Gilead, and its cities, I gave to the Reubenites and to the Gadites. 13 And the rest of Gilead, and all Bashan, the kingdom of Og, I gave to the half-tribe of Manasseh, all the region of Argob, even all Bashan. The same is called the land of Rephaim. 14 Jair the son of Manasseh took all the region of Argob, to the border of the Geshurites and the Maacathites, and called them, even Bashan, after his own name. Havoth Jair, to this day. 15 I gave Gilead to Machir. 16 To the Reubenites and to the Gadites I gave from Gilead even to the valley of the Arnon, the middle of the valley, and its border, even to the river Jabbok, which is the border of the children of Ammon. 17 The Arabah also, and the Jordan and its border, from Chinnereth even to the sea of the Arabah, the salt sea, under the slopes of Pisgah eastward. 18 I commanded you at that time, saying, Jehovah your God has given you this land to possess it. You shall pass over armed before your brothers the children of Israel, all the men of valor. 19 But your wives, and your little ones, and your livestock, I know that you have much livestock, shall live in your cities which I have given you. 20 Until Jehovah gives rest to your brothers, as to you, and they also possess the land which Jehovah your God gives them beyond the Jordan. Then you shall each return to his own possession, which I have given you. 21 I commanded Joshua at that time, saying, Your eyes have seen all that Jehovah your God has done to these 2 kings. So shall Jehovah do to all the kingdoms where you go over. 22 You shall not fear them, for Jehovah your God himself fights for you. 23 I begged Jehovah at that time, saying, 24 Lord Jehovah, you have begun to show your servant your greatness, and your strong hand. For what God is there in heaven or in earth that can do works like yours, and mighty acts like yours? 25 Please let me go over and see the good land that is beyond the Jordan, that fine mountain, and Lebanon. 26 But Jehovah was angry with me for your sakes, and didn't listen to me. Jehovah said to me, let this satisfy you. Speak no more to me of this matter. 27 Go up to the top of Pisgah, and lift up your eyes westward, and northward, and southward, and eastward, and see with your eyes. For you shall not go over this Jordan. 28 But commission Joshua, and encourage him, and strengthen him, for he shall go over before this people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land which you shall see. 29 So we stayed in the valley near Beth Peor. Chapter 4 1 Now, Israel, listen to the statutes and to the ordinances, which I teach you, to do them, that you may live, and go in and possess the land which Jehovah, the God of your fathers, gives you to you. Shall not add to the word which I command you, neither shall you take away from it, that you may keep the commandments of Jehovah your God, which I command you. 3 Your eyes have seen what Jehovah did because of Baal Peor, for all the men who followed Baal Peor, Jehovah your God has destroyed them from among you. 4 But you, who were faithful to Jehovah your God, are all alive today. 5 Behold, I have taught you statutes and ordinances, even as Jehovah my God commanded me, that you should do so in the middle of the land where you go in to possess it. 6 Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the peoples, who shall hear all these statutes, and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. 7 For what great nation is there, that has a God so near to them, as Jehovah our God is whenever we call on him? 8 What great nation is there, that has statutes and ordinances so righteous as all this law, which I set before you today? 9 Only be careful, and keep your soul diligently, lest you forget the things which your eyes saw, and lest they depart from your heart all the days of your life, but make them known to your children, and your children's children. 10 The day that you stood before Jehovah your God in Horeb, when Jehovah said to me, assemble the people to me, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they live on the earth, and that they may teach their children. 11 You came near and stood under the mountain. The mountain burned with fire to the heart of the sky, with darkness, cloud, and thick darkness. 12 Jehovah spoke to you out of the middle of the fire. You heard the voice of words, but you saw no form, you only heard a voice. 13 He declared to you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even the 10 commandments. He wrote them on 2 stone tablets. 14 Jehovah commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and ordinances, that you might do them in the land where you go over to possess it. 15 Be very Deuteronomy 122 careful, for you saw no kind of form on the day that Jehovah spoke to you in Horeb out of the middle of the fire. 16 Lest you corrupt yourselves, and make yourself an engraved image in the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female. 17 The likeness of any animal that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the sky. 18 The likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the water under the earth. 19 And lest you lift up your eyes to the sky, and when you see the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the army of the sky, you are drawn away and worship them, and serve them, which Jehovah your God has allotted to all the peoples under the whole sky. 20 But Jehovah has taken you, and brought you out of the iron furnace, out of Egypt, to be to him a people of inheritance, as it is today. 21 Furthermore Jehovah was angry with me for your sakes, and swore that I should not go over the Jordan, and that I should not go into that good land, which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance. 22 But I must die in this land. I must not go over the Jordan, but you shall go over, and possess that good land. 23 Be careful, lest you forget the covenant of Jehovah your God, which he made with you, and make yourselves an engraved image in the form of anything which Jehovah your God has forbidden you. 24 For Jehovah your God is a devouring fire, a jealous God. 25 When you shall father children, and children's children, and you shall have been long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves, and make an engraved image in the form of anything, and shall do that which is evil in Jehovah your God's sight, to provoke him to anger. 26 I call heaven and earth to witness against you today, that you will soon utterly perish from off the land, which you go over the Jordan to possess it. You will not prolong your days on it, but will utterly be destroyed. 27 Jehovah will scatter you among the peoples, and you will be left few in number among the nations, where Jehovah will lead you away. 28 There you shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. 29 But from there you shall seek Jehovah your God, and you shall find him, when you search after him with all your heart and with all your soul. 30 When you are in oppression, and all these things have come on you, in the latter days you shall return to Jehovah your God, and listen to his voice. 31 For Jehovah your God is a merciful God. He will not fail you, neither destroy you, nor forget the covenant of your fathers which he swore to them. 32 For ask now of the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that God created man on the earth, and from the one end of the sky to the other, whether there has been anything as this great thing is, or has been heard like it. 33 Did a people ever hear the voice of God speaking out of the middle of the fire, as you have heard, and live? 34 Or has God tried to go and take a nation for himself from among another nation, by trials, by signs, by wonders, by war, by a mighty hand, by an outstretched arm, and by great terrors, according to all that Jehovah your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? 35 It was shown to you so that you might know that Jehovah is God. There is no one else besides him. 36 Out of heaven he made you to hear his voice, that he might instruct you. On earth he made you to see his great fire, and you heard his words out of the middle of the fire. 37 Because he loved your fathers, therefore he chose their offspring after them, and brought you out with his presence, with his great power, out of Egypt. 38 To drive out nations from before you greater and mightier than you, to bring you in, to give you their land for an inheritance, as it is today. 39 Know therefore today, and take it to heart, that Jehovah himself is God in heaven above and on the earth beneath. There is no one else. 40 You shall keep his statutes, and his commandments, which I command you today, that it may go well with you, and with your children after you, and that you may prolong your days in the land, which Jehovah your God gives you. forever. 41 Then Moses set apart 3 cities beyond the Jordan toward the sunrise. 42 That the manslayer might flee there, who kills his neighbor unawares, and didn't hate him in time past, and that fleeing to one of these cities he might live. 43 Beza in the wilderness, in the plain country, for the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead, for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan, for the Manassites. 44 This is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. 45 These are the testimonies, and the statutes, and the ordinances, which Moses spoke to the children of Israel, when they came out of Egypt. 46 Beyond the Jordan, in the valley over against Beth-peor, in the land of Sihon king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel struck, when they came out of Egypt. 47 They took his land in possession, and the land of Og king of Bashan, the 2 kings of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan toward the sunrise. 48 From Aroer, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, even to Mount Zion, also called Hermon. 49 And all the Arabah beyond the Jordan eastward, even to the sea of the Arabah, under the slopes of Pisgah. Chapter 5 1 Moses called to all Israel, and said to them, Hear, Israel, the statutes and the ordinances which I speak in your ears today, that you may learn them, and observe to do them. 2 Jehovah our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. 3 Jehovah didn't make this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive today. 4 Jehovah spoke with you face to face on the mountain out of the middle of the fire. 5 I stood between Jehovah and you at that time, to show you Jehovah's word, for you were afraid because of the fire, and didn't go up onto the mountain, saying, 6 I am Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. 123 Deuteronomy. 7 You shall have no other gods before me. 8 You shall not make an engraved image for yourself, any likeness of what is in heaven above, or what is in the earth beneath, or what is in the water under the earth. 9 You shall not bow yourself down to them, nor serve them, for I, Jehovah, your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children, and on the third and on the 4th generation of those who hate me. 10 And showing loving kindness to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. 11 You shall not take the name of Jehovah your God in vain, for Jehovah will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. 12 Observe the Sabbath day, to keep it holy, as Jehovah your God commanded you. 13 You shall labor 6 days, and do all your work. 14 But the 7th day is a Sabbath to Jehovah your God, in which you shall not do any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your male servant, nor your female servant, nor your ox, nor your donkey, nor any of your livestock, nor your stranger who is within your gates, that your male servant and your female servant may rest as well as you. 15 You shall remember that you were a servant in the land of Egypt, and Jehovah your God brought you out of there by a mighty hand, and by an outstretched arm. Therefore Jehovah your God commanded you to keep the Sabbath day. 16 Honor your father and your mother, as Jehovah your God commanded you, that your days may be long, and that it may go well with you, in the land which Jehovah your God gives you. 17 You shall not murder. 18 You shall not commit adultery. 19 You shall not steal. 20 You shall not give false testimony against your neighbor. 21 You shall not covet your neighbor's wife. Neither shall you desire your neighbor's house, his field, or his male servant, or his female servant, his ox, or his donkey, or anything that is your neighbor's. 22 Jehovah spoke these words to all your assembly on the mountain out of the middle of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness, with a great voice. He added no more. He wrote them on 2 stone tablets, and gave them to me. 23 When you heard the voice out of the middle of the darkness, while the mountain was burning with fire, you came near to me, even all the heads of your tribes, and your elders. 24 And you said, Behold, Jehovah our God has shown us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the middle of the fire. We have seen today that God does speak with man, and he lives. 25 Now therefore why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear Jehovah our God's voice any more, then we shall die. 26 For who is there of all flesh, that has heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the middle of the fire, as we have, and lived? 27 Go near, and hear all that Jehovah our God shall say, and tell us all that Jehovah our God tells you, and we will hear it, and do it. 28 Jehovah heard the voice of your words, when you spoke to me, and Jehovah said to me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken to you. They have well said all that they have spoken. 29 Oh that there were such a heart in them, that they would fear me, and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them, and with their children forever. 30 Go tell them, return to your tents. 31 But as for you, stand here by me, and I will tell you all the commandment, and the statutes, and the ordinances, which you shall teach them, that they may do them in the land which I give them to possess it. 32 You shall observe to do therefore as Jehovah your God has commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. 33 You shall walk in all the way which Jehovah your God has commanded you, that you may live, and that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days in the land which you shall possess. Chapter 6 1 Now this is the commandment, the statutes, and the ordinances, which Jehovah your God commanded to teach you, that you might do them in the land where you go over to possess it, 2 That you might fear Jehovah your God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command you, and your son, and your son's son, all the days of your life, and that your days may be prolonged. 3 Hear therefore, Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with you, and that you may increase mightily, as Jehovah, the God of your fathers, has promised to you, in a land flowing with milk and honey. 4 Hear, Israel, Jehovah is our God. Jehovah is one. 5 You shall love Jehovah your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might. 6 These words, which I command you today, shall be on your heart. 7 And you shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. 8 You shall bind them for a sign on your hand, and they shall be for frontlets between your eyes. 9 You shall write them on the doorposts of your house, and on your gates. 10 It shall be, when Jehovah your God brings you into the land which he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give you great and good cities, which you didn't build, 11 and houses full of all good things, which you didn't fill, and cisterns dug out, which you didn't dig, vineyards and olive trees, which you didn't plant. And you shall eat and be full. 12 Then beware lest you forget Jehovah, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. 13 You shall fear Jehovah your God, and you shall serve him, and shall swear by his name. 14 You shall not go after other gods, of the gods of Deuteronomy 124. The peoples who are around you. 15 For Jehovah your God among you is a jealous God, lest the anger of Jehovah your God be kindled against you, and he destroy you from off the face of the earth. 16 You shall not tempt Jehovah your God, as you tempted him in Massah. 17 You shall diligently keep the commandments of Jehovah your God, and his testimonies, and his statutes, which he has commanded you. 18 You shall do that which is right and good in Jehovah's sight, that it may be well with you, and that you may go in and possess the good land which Jehovah swore to your fathers. 19 To thrust out all your enemies from before you, as Jehovah has spoken. 20 When your son asks you in time to come, saying, What do the testimonies, the statutes, and the ordinances, which Jehovah our God has commanded you mean? 21 Then you shall tell your son, We were Pharaoh's slaves in Egypt. Jehovah brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. 22 And Jehovah showed great and awesome signs and wonders on Egypt, on Pharaoh, and on all his house, before our eyes. 23 And he brought us out from there, that he might bring us in, to give us the land which he swore to our fathers. 24 Jehovah commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Jehovah our God, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as we are today. 25 It shall be righteousness to us, if we observe to do all this commandment before Jehovah our God, as he has commanded us. Chapter 7 1 When Jehovah your God brings you into the land where you go to possess it, and casts out many nations before you, the Hittite, the Girgashite, the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, 7 nations greater and mightier than you. 2 And when Jehovah your God delivers them up before you, and you strike them, then you shall utterly destroy them. You shall make no covenant with them, nor show mercy to them. 3 Neither shall you make marriages with them. You shall not give your daughter to his son, nor shall you take his daughter for your son. 4 For he will turn away your son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So Jehovah's anger would be kindled against you, and he would destroy you quickly. 5 But you shall deal with them like this. You shall break down their altars, dash their pillars in pieces, and cut down their Asherah poles, and burn their engraved images with fire. 6 For you are a holy people to Jehovah your God. Jehovah your God has chosen you to be a people for his own possession, above all peoples who are on the face of the earth. 7 Jehovah didn't set his love on you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any people, for you were the fewest of all peoples. 8 But because Jehovah loves you, and because he desires to keep the oath which he swore to your fathers, Jehovah has brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. 9 Know therefore that Jehovah your God himself is God, the faithful God, who keeps covenant and loving kindness with them who love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations, 10 and repays those who hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him who hates him. He will repay him to his face. 11 You shall therefore keep the commandments, the statutes, and the ordinances, which I command you today, to do them. 12 It shall happen, because you listen to these ordinances, and keep and do them, that Jehovah your God will keep with you the covenant and the loving kindness which he swore to your fathers. 13 He will love you, bless you, multiply you. He will also bless the fruit of your body and the fruit of your ground, your grain and your new wine and your oil, the increase of your livestock and the young of your flock, in the land which he swore to your fathers to give you. 14 You shall be blessed above all peoples. There shall not be male or female barren among you, or among your livestock. 15 Jehovah will take away from you all sickness, and none of the evil diseases of Egypt, which you know, will he put on you, but will lay them on all those who hate you. 16 You shall consume all the peoples whom Jehovah your God shall deliver to you. Your eye shall not pity them, neither shall you serve their gods, for that would be a snare to you. 17 If you shall say in your heart, these nations are more than I, how can I dispossess them? 18 You shall not be afraid of them. You shall remember well what Jehovah your God did to Pharaoh, and to all Egypt. 19 The great trials which your eyes saw, the signs, the wonders, the mighty hand, and the outstretched arm, by which Jehovah your God brought you out. So shall Jehovah your God do to all the peoples of whom you are afraid. 20 Moreover Jehovah your God will send the hornet among them, until those who are left, and hide themselves, perish from before you. 21 You shall not be scared of them, for Jehovah your God is among you, a great and awesome God. 22 Jehovah your God will cast out those nations before you little by little. You may not consume them at once, lest the animals of the field increase on you. 23 But Jehovah your God will deliver them up before you, and will confuse them with a great confusion, until they are destroyed. 24 He will deliver their kings into your hand, and you shall make their name perish from under the sky. No one will be able to stand before you, until you have destroyed them. 25 You shall burn the engraved images of their gods with fire. You shall not covet the silver or the gold that is on them, nor take it for yourself, lest you be snared in it, for it is an abomination to Jehovah your God. 26 You shall not bring an abomination into your house, and become a devoted thing like it. You shall utterly detest it, and you shall utterly abhor it, for it is a devoted thing. Chapter 8 1 You shall observe to do all the commandments. 125 Deuteronomy, which I command you today, that you may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land which Jehovah swore to your fathers. 2 You shall remember all the way which Jehovah your God has led you these 40 years in the wilderness, that he might humble you, to prove you, to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments, or not. 3 He humbled you, and allowed you to be hungry, and fed you with manna, which you didn't know, neither did your fathers know, that he might teach you that man does not live by bread only, but man lives by every word that proceeds out of Jehovah's mouth. 4 Your clothing didn't grow old on you, neither did your foot swell, these 40 years. 5. You shall consider in your heart that as a man disciplines his son, so Jehovah your God disciplines you. 6. You shall keep the commandments of Jehovah your God, to walk in his ways, and to fear him. 7. For Jehovah your God brings you into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of springs, and underground water flowing into valleys and hills. 8. A land of wheat and barley, and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive trees and honey. 9. A land in which you shall eat bread without scarceness, you shall not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills you may dig copper. 10. You shall eat and be full, and you shall bless Jehovah your God for the good land which he has given you. 11. Beware lest you forget Jehovah your God, in not keeping his commandments, and his ordinances, and his statutes, which I command you today. 12. Lest, when you have eaten and are full, and have built fine houses, and lived in them. 13. And when your herds and your flocks multiply, and your silver and your gold is multiplied, and all that you have is multiplied. 14. Then your heart might be lifted up, and you forget Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. 15. Who led you through the great and terrible wilderness, with fiery serpents and scorpions, and thirsty ground, where there was no water, who poured water for you out of the rock of flint. 16. Who fed you in the wilderness with manna, which your fathers didn't know, that he might humble you, and that he might prove you, to do you good at your latter end. 17. And lest you say in your heart, my power and the might of my hand has gotten me this wealth. 18. But you shall remember Jehovah your God, for it is he who gives you power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant which he swore to your fathers, as it is today. 19. It shall be, if you shall forget Jehovah your God, and walk after other gods, and serve them, and worship them, I testify against you today that you shall surely perish. 20. As the nations that Jehovah makes to perish before you, so you shall perish, because you wouldn't listen to Jehovah your God's voice. Chapter 9. 1. Hear, Israel. You are to pass over the Jordan today, to go in to dispossess nations greater and mightier than yourself, cities great and fortified up to the sky, to a people great and tall, the sons of the Anakim, whom you know, and of whom you have heard say, who can stand before the sons of Anak? 3. Know therefore today, that Jehovah your God is he who goes over before you as a devouring fire. He will destroy them, and he will bring them down before you. So you shall drive them out, and make them perish quickly, as Jehovah has spoken to you. 4. Don't say in your heart, after Jehovah your God has thrust them out from before you, saying, for my righteousness Jehovah has brought me in to possess this land, because Jehovah drives them out before you because of the wickedness of these nations. 5. Not for your righteousness, or for the uprightness of your heart, do you go in to possess their land, but for the wickedness of these nations. Jehovah your God does drive them out from before you, and that he may establish the word which Jehovah swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. 6. Know therefore, that Jehovah your God doesn't give you this good land to possess for your righteousness, for you are a stiff-necked people. 7. Remember, and don't forget, how you provoked Jehovah your God to wrath in the wilderness. From the day that you left the land of Egypt, until you came to this place, you have been rebellious against Jehovah. 8 Also in Horeb you provoked Jehovah to wrath, and Jehovah was angry with you to destroy you. 9 When I had gone up onto the mountain to receive the stone tablets, even the tablets of the covenant which Jehovah made with you, then I stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water. 10 Jehovah delivered to me the 2 stone tablets written with God's finger. On them were all the words which Jehovah spoke with you on the mountain out of the middle of the fire in the day of the assembly. 11 It came to pass at the end of 40 days and 40 nights, that Jehovah gave me the 2 stone tablets, even the tablets of the covenant. 12 Jehovah said to me, Arise, get down quickly from here, for your people whom you have brought out of Egypt have corrupted themselves. They have quickly turned aside out of the way which I commanded them. They have made a molten image for themselves. 13 Furthermore Jehovah spoke to me, saying, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. 14 Leave me alone, that I may destroy them, and blot out their name from under the sky, and I will make of you a nation mightier and greater than they. 15 So I turned and came down from the mountain, and the mountain was burning with fire. The 2 tablets of the covenant were in my 2 hands. 16 I looked, and behold, you had sinned against Jehovah your God. You had made yourselves a molten calf. You had turned aside quickly out of the way which Jehovah had commanded you. 17 I took hold of the 2 tablets, and threw them out of my 2 hands, and broke Deuteronomy 126 them before your eyes. 18 I fell down before Jehovah, as at the first 40 days and 40 nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water, because of all your sin which you sinned, in doing that which was evil in Jehovah's sight, to provoke him to anger. 19 For I was afraid of the anger and hot displeasure with which Jehovah was angry against you to destroy you. But Jehovah listened to me that time also. 20 Jehovah was angry enough with Aaron to destroy him. I prayed for Aaron also at the same time. 21 I took your sin, the calf which you had made, and burnt it with fire, and crushed it, grinding it very small, until it was as fine as dust. I threw its dust into the brook that descended out of the mountain. 22 At Taberah, and at Massah, and at Kibroth Hattaavah, you provoked Jehovah to wrath. 23 When Jehovah sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Go up and possess the land which I have given you, you rebelled against the commandment of Jehovah your God, and you didn't believe him, nor listen to his voice. 24 You have been rebellious against Jehovah from the day that I knew you. 25 So I fell down before Jehovah the 40 days and 40 nights that I fell down, because Jehovah had said he would destroy you. 26 I prayed to Jehovah, and said, Lord Jehovah, don't destroy your people and your inheritance, that you have redeemed through your greatness, that you have brought out of Egypt with a mighty hand. 27 Remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Don't look at the stubbornness of this people, nor at their wickedness, nor at their sin. 28 Lest the land you brought us out from say, because Jehovah was not able to bring them into the land which he promised to them, and because he hated them, he has brought them out to kill them in the wilderness. 29 Yet they are your people and your inheritance, which you brought out by your great power and by your outstretched arm. Chapter 10. 1. At that time Jehovah said to me, cut 2 stone tablets like the first, and come up to me onto the mountain, and make an ark of wood. 2. I will write on the tables the words that were on the first tables which you broke, and you shall put them in the ark. 3. So I made an ark of acacia wood, and cut 2 stone tablets like the first, and went up onto the mountain, having the 2 tables in my hand. 4. He wrote on the tables, according to the first writing, the 10 commandments, which Jehovah spoke to you on the mountain out of the middle of the fire in the day of the assembly, and Jehovah gave them to me. 5. I turned and came down from the mountain, and put the tables in the ark which I had made, and there they are as Jehovah commanded me. 6. The children of Israel traveled from Beeroth Bani Jaakan to Moserah. There Aaron died, and there he was buried, and Eleazar his son ministered in the priest's office in his place. 7. From there they traveled to Gujota, and from Gujota to Jotbatha, a land of brooks of water. 8. At that time Jehovah set apart the tribe of Levi, to bear the ark of Jehovah's covenant, to stand before Jehovah to minister to him, and to bless in his name, to this day. 9. Therefore Levi has no portion nor inheritance with his brothers. Jehovah is his inheritance, according as Jehovah your God spoke to him. 10. I stayed on the mountain, as at the first time, 40 days and 40 nights, and Jehovah listened to me that time also. Jehovah would not destroy you. 11. Jehovah said to me, arise, take your journey before the people, and they shall go in and possess the land, which I swore to their fathers to give to them. 12. Now, Israel, what does Jehovah your God require of you, but to fear Jehovah your God, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve Jehovah your God with all your heart and with all your soul. 13. To keep Jehovah's commandments and statutes, which I command you today for your good. 14. Behold, to Jehovah your God belongs heaven and the heaven of heavens, the earth, with all that is therein. 15. Only Jehovah had a delight in your fathers to love them, and he chose their offspring after them, even you above all peoples, as it is today. 16. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. 17. For Jehovah your God, he is God of gods, and Lord of lords, the great God, the mighty, and the awesome, who doesn't respect persons, nor takes reward. 18. He does execute justice for the fatherless and widow, and loves the foreigner, in giving him food and clothing. 19. Therefore love the foreigner, for you were foreigners in the land of Egypt. 20. You shall fear Jehovah your God, you shall serve him, and you shall cling to him, and you shall swear by his name. 21. He is your praise, and he is your God, who has done for you these great and awesome things, which your eyes have seen. 22. Your fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, and now Jehovah your God has made you as the stars of the sky for multitude. Chapter 11. 1. Therefore you shall love Jehovah your God, and keep his instructions, his statutes, his ordinances, and his commandments, always. 2. Know this day, for I don't speak with your children who have not known, and who have not seen the chastisement of Jehovah your God, his greatness, his mighty hand, his outstretched arm. 3. His signs, and his works, which he did in the middle of Egypt to Pharaoh the king of Egypt, and to all his land, 4 And what he did to the army of Egypt, to their horses, and to their chariots, how he made the water of the Red Sea to overflow them as they pursued you, and how Jehovah has destroyed them to this day. 5 And what he did to you in the wilderness, until you came to this place. 6 And what he did to Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the son of Reuben, how the earth opened its mouth, and swallowed them up, and their households, and their tents, and every living thing that followed them, in the middle of all Israel. 7 But your eyes have seen all of Jehovah's great work which he did. 127 Deuteronomy 8 Therefore you shall keep all the commandment which I command you today, that you may be strong, and go in and possess the land, where you go over to possess it. 9 And that you may prolong your days in the land, which Jehovah swore to your fathers to give to them and to their offspring, a land flowing with milk and honey. 10 For the land where you go Indiana to possess it, isn't as the land of Egypt, that you came out of, where you sowed your seed, and watered it with your foot, as a garden of herbs. 11 But the land where you go over to possess it is a land of hills and valleys which drinks water from the rain of the sky. 12 A land which Jehovah your God cares for. Jehovah your God's eyes are always on it, from the beginning of the year even to the end of the year. 13 It shall happen, if you shall listen diligently to my commandments, which I command you today, to love Jehovah your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul. 14 That I will give the rain of your land in its season, the former rain and the latter rain, that you may gather in your grain, your new wine, and your oil. 15 I will give grass in your fields for your livestock, and you shall eat and be full. 16 Be careful, lest your heart be deceived, and you turn aside, and serve other gods, and worship them. 17 And Jehovah's anger be kindled against you, and he shut up the sky, so that there is no rain, and the land doesn't yield its fruit, and you perish quickly from off the good land which Jehovah gives you. 18 Therefore you shall lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul. You shall bind them for a sign on your hand, and they shall be for frontlets between your eyes. 19 You shall teach them to your children, talking of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. 20 You shall write them on the door posts of your house, and on your gates. 21 That your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, in the land which Jehovah swore to your fathers to give them, as the days of the heavens above the earth. 22 For if you shall diligently keep all these commandments which I command you, to do them, to love Jehovah your God, to walk in all his ways, and to cling to him. 23 Then Jehovah will drive out all these nations from before you, and you shall dispossess nations greater and mightier than yourselves. 24 Every place whereon the sole of your foot treads shall be yours, from the wilderness, and Lebanon, from the river Euphrates, even to the western sea shall be your border. 25 No man will be able to stand before you. Jehovah your God will lay the fear of you and the dread of you on all the land that you tread on, as he has spoken to you. 26 Behold, I set before you today a blessing and a curse. 27 The blessing, if you listen to the commandments of Jehovah your God, which I command you today. 28 And the curse, if you do not listen to the commandments of Jehovah your God, but turn aside out of the way which I command you today, to go after other gods, which you have not known. 29 It shall happen, when Jehovah your God brings you into the land where you go to possess it, that you shall set the blessing on Mount Gerizim, and the curse on Mount Ebal. 30 Aren't they beyond the Jordan, behind the way of the going down of the sun, in the land of the Canaanites who dwell in the Arabah, near Gilgal, beside the oaks of Moreh? 31 For you are to pass over the Jordan to go in to possess the land which Jehovah your God gives you, and you shall possess it, and dwell therein. 32 You shall observe to do all the statutes and the ordinances which I set before you today. Chapter 12. 1 These are the statutes and the ordinances which you shall observe to do in the land which Jehovah, the God of your fathers, has given you to possess it, all the days that you live on the earth. 2 You shall surely destroy all the places in which the nations that you shall dispossess served their gods, on the high mountains, and on the hills, and under every green tree. 3 You shall break down their altars, and dash their pillars in pieces, and burn their Asherah poles with fire. You shall cut down the engraved images of their gods. You shall destroy their name out of that place. 4 You shall not do so to Jehovah your God. 5 But to the place which Jehovah your God shall choose out of all your tribes, to put his name there, you shall seek his habitation, and there you shall come. 6 There you shall bring your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes, the wave offering of your hand, your vows, your freewill offerings, and the firstborn of your herd and of your flock. 7 There you shall eat before Jehovah your God, and you shall rejoice in all that you put your hand to, you and your households, in which Jehovah your God has blessed you. 8 You shall not do after all the things that we do here today, every man whatever is right in his own eyes. 9 For you haven't yet come to the rest and to the inheritance, which Jehovah your God gives you. 10 But when you go over the Jordan, and dwell in the land which Jehovah your God causes you to inherit, and he gives you rest from all your enemies around you, so that you dwell in safety. 11 Then it shall happen that to the place which Jehovah your God shall choose, to cause his name to dwell there, there you shall bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes, the wave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows which you vow to Jehovah. 12 You shall rejoice before Jehovah your God, you, and your sons, your daughters, your male servants, your female servants, and the Levite who is within your gates, because he has no portion nor inheritance with you. 13 Be careful that you don't offer your burnt offerings in every place that you see. 14 But in the place which Jehovah chooses in one of your tribes, there you shall offer your burnt offerings, and there you shall do all that I command you. 15 Notwithstanding, you may kill and eat flesh. Deuteronomy 128. Within all your gates, after all the desire of your soul, according to Jehovah your God's blessing, which he has given you. The unclean and the clean may eat of it, as of the gazelle, and as of the deer. 16 Only you shall not eat the blood. You shall pour it out on the earth like water. 17 You may not eat within your gates the tithe of your grain, or of your new wine, or of your oil, or the firstborn of your herd or of your flock, nor any of your vows which you vow, nor your free will offerings, nor the wave offering of your hand. 18 But you shall eat them before Jehovah your God in the place which Jehovah your God shall choose, you, your son, your daughter, your male servant, your female servant, and the Levite who is within your gates. You shall rejoice before Jehovah your God in all that you put your hand to. 19. Be careful that you don't forsake the Levite as long as you live in your land. 20. When Jehovah your God enlarges your border, as he has promised you, and you shall say, I want to eat meat, because your soul desires to eat meat, you may eat meat, after all the desire of your soul. 21. If the place which Jehovah your God shall choose, to put his name there, is too far from you, then you shall kill of your herd and of your flock, which Jehovah has given you, as I have commanded you, and you may eat within your gates, after all the desire of your soul. 22. Even as the gazelle and as the deer is eaten, so you shall eat of it. The unclean and the clean may eat of it alike. 23. Only be sure that you don't eat the blood, for the blood is the life. You shall not eat the life with the flesh. 24. You shall not eat it. You shall pour it out on the earth like water. 25. You shall not eat it, that it may go well with you, and with your children after you, when you shall do that which is right in Jehovah's eyes. 26. Only your holy things which you have, and your vows, you shall take, and go to the place which Jehovah shall choose. 27. You shall offer your burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood, on the altar of Jehovah your God, and the blood of your sacrifices shall be poured out on the altar of Jehovah your God, and you shall eat the flesh. 28. Observe and hear all these words which I command you, that it may go well with you, and with your children after you forever, when you do that which is good and right in Jehovah your God's eyes. 29. When Jehovah your God cuts off the nations from before you, where you go in to dispossess them, and you dispossess them, and dwell in their land. 30. Be careful that you are not ensnared to follow them, after they are destroyed from before you, and that you not inquire after their gods, saying, how do these nations serve their gods? I will do likewise. 31. You shall not do so to Jehovah your God, for every abomination to Jehovah, which he hates, they have done to their gods, for they even burn their sons and their daughters in the fire to their gods. 32. Whatever thing I command you, that you shall observe to do, you shall not add to it, nor take away from it. Chapter 13. 1. If a prophet or a dreamer of dreams arises among you, and he gives you a sign or a wonder. 2. And the sign or the wonder comes to pass, of which he spoke to you, saying, let us go after other gods, which you have not known, and let us serve them. 3. You shall not listen to the words of that prophet, or to that dreamer of dreams, for Jehovah your God is testing you, to know whether you love Jehovah your God with all your heart and with all your soul. 4. You shall walk after Jehovah your God, fear him, keep his commandments, and obey his voice, and you shall serve him, and cling to him. 5. That prophet, or that dreamer of dreams, shall be put to death, because he has spoken rebellion against Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, to draw you aside out of the way which Jehovah your God commanded you to walk in. So you shall remove the evil from among you. 6. If your brother, the son of your mother, or your son, or your daughter, or the wife of your bosom, or your friend, who is as your own soul, entices you secretly, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which you have not known, you, nor your fathers, 7 of the gods of the peoples who are around you, near to you, or far off from you, from the one end of the earth even to the other end of the earth. 8 You shall not consent to him, nor listen to him, neither shall your eye pity him, neither shall you spare, neither shall you conceal him. 9 But you shall surely kill him. Your hand shall be first on him to put him to death, and afterwards the hands of all the people. 10 You shall stone him to death with stones, because he has sought to draw you away from Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. 11 All Israel shall hear, and fear, and shall not do any more wickedness like this among you. 12 If you shall hear about one of your cities, which Jehovah your God gives you to dwell there, that 13 certain base fellows have gone out from among you, and have drawn away the inhabitants of their city, saying, Let us go and serve other gods, which you have not known. 14 Then you shall inquire, and make search, and ask diligently. Behold, if it is true, and the thing certain, that such abomination was done among you. 15 You shall surely strike the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, destroying it utterly, with all that is therein and its livestock, with the edge of the sword. 16 You shall gather all its plunder into the middle of its street, and shall burn with fire the city, and all every bit of its plunder, to Jehovah your God. It shall be a heap forever. It shall not be built again. 17 Nothing of the devoted thing shall cling to your hand, that Jehovah may turn from the fierceness of his anger, and show you mercy, and have compassion on you, and multiply you, as he has sworn to your fathers. 18 When you listen to Jehovah your God's voice, to keep all his 129 Deuteronomy commandments which I command you today, to do that which is right in Jehovah your God's eyes. Chapter 14 1 You are the children of Jehovah your God. You shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. 2 4 You are a holy people to Jehovah your God, and Jehovah has chosen you to be a people for his own possession, above all peoples who are on the face of the earth. 3 You shall not eat any abominable thing. For these are the animals which you may eat, the ox, the sheep, the goat. 5 The deer, the gazelle, the roebuck, the wild goat, the ibex, the antelope, and the chamois. 6 Every animal that parts the hoof, and has the hoof cloven in two and chews the cud, among the animals, that may you eat. 7 Nevertheless these you shall not eat of them that chew the cud, or of those who have the hoof cloven, the camel, the hare, and the rabbit. Because they chew the cud but don't part the hoof, they are unclean to you. 8 The pig, because it has a split hoof but doesn't chew the cud, is unclean to you. You shall not eat their flesh, and you shall not touch their carcasses. 9 These you may eat of all that are in the waters, whatever has fins and scales you may eat. 10 You shall not eat whatever doesn't have fins and scales. It is unclean to you. 11 Of all clean birds you may eat. 12 But these are they of which you shall not eat: the eagle, the vulture, the osprey. 13 The red kite, the falcon, the kite after its kind. 14 Every raven after its kind. 15 The ostrich, the owl, the seagull, the hawk after its kind. 16 The little owl, the great owl, the horned owl. 17 The pelican, the vulture, the cormorant. 18 The stork, the heron after its kind, the hoopoe and the bat. 19 All winged creeping things are unclean to you. They shall not be eaten. 20 Of all clean birds you may eat. 21 You shall not eat of anything that dies of itself. You may give it to the foreigner living among you who is within your gates, that he may eat it, or you may sell it to a foreigner, for you are a holy people to Jehovah your God. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. 22 You shall surely tithe all the increase of your seed, that which comes out of the field year by year. 23 You shall eat before Jehovah your God, in the place which he chooses, to cause his name to dwell there, the tithe of your grain, of your new wine, and of your oil, and the firstborn of your herd and of your flock, that you may learn to fear Jehovah your God always. 24 If the way is too long for you, so that you are not able to carry it, because the place is too far from you, which Jehovah your God shall choose, to set his name there, when Jehovah your God shall bless you. 25 Then you shall turn it into money, and bind up the money in your hand, and shall go to the place which Jehovah your God shall choose. 26 You shall trade the money for whatever your soul desires, for cattle, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatever your soul asks of you, and you shall eat there before Jehovah your God, and you shall rejoice, you and your household. 27 You shall not forsake the Levite who is within your gates, for he has no portion nor inheritance with you. 28 At the end of every 3 years you shall bring all the tithe of your increase in the same year, and shall store it within your gates. 29 The Levite, because he has no portion nor inheritance with you, and the foreigner living among you, and the fatherless, and the widow, who are within your gates, shall come, and shall eat, and be satisfied, that Jehovah your God may bless you in all the work of your hand which you do. Chapter 15 1 At the end of every 7 years, you shall cancel debts. 2 This is the way it shall be done. Every creditor shall release that which he has lent to his neighbor. He shall not require payment from his neighbor and his brother, because Jehovah's release has been proclaimed. 3 Of a foreigner you may require it, but whatever of yours is with your brother, your hand shall release. 4 However there shall be no poor with you, for Jehovah will surely bless you in the land which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance to possess it. 5 If only you diligently listen to Jehovah your God's voice, to observe to do all this commandment which I command you today. 6 For Jehovah your God will bless you, as he promised you. You will lend to many nations, but you will not borrow. You will rule over many nations, but they will not rule over you. 7 If a poor man, one of your brothers, is with you within any of your gates in your land which Jehovah your God gives you, you shall not harden your heart, nor shut your hand from your poor brother. 8 But you shall surely open your hand to him, and shall surely lend him sufficient for his need, which he lacks. 9 Beware that there not be a base thought in your heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and your eye be evil against your poor brother, and you give him nothing, and he cry to Jehovah against you, and it be sin to you. 10 You shall surely give, and your heart shall not be grieved when you give to him, because for this thing Jehovah your God will bless you in all your work, and in all that you put your hand to. 11 For the poor will never cease out of the land. Therefore I command you to surely open your hand to your brother, to your needy, and to your poor, in your land. 12. If your brother, a Hebrew man, or a Hebrew woman, is sold to you, and serves you 6 years, then in the 7th year you shall let him go free from you. 13. When you let him go free from you, you shall not let him go empty. 14. You shall furnish him liberally out of your flock, out of your threshing floor, and out of your wine press. As Jehovah your God has blessed you, you shall give to him. 15. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and Jehovah your God redeemed you. Therefore I command you this thing today. 16. It shall be, if he tells you, I will not go out. Deuteronomy 130. From you, because he loves you and your house, because he is well with you. 17. Then you shall take an awl, and thrust it through his ear to the door, and he shall be your servant forever. Also to your female servant you shall do likewise. 18. It shall not seem hard to you, when you let him go free from you, for he has been double value of a hired hand as he served you 6 years. Jehovah your God will bless you in all that you do. 19. You shall dedicate all the firstborn males that are born of your herd and of your flock to Jehovah your God. You shall do no work with the firstborn of your herd, nor shear the firstborn of your flock. 20. You shall eat it before Jehovah your God year by year in the place which Jehovah shall choose, you and your household. 21. If it has any defect, is lame or blind, or has any defect whatever, you shall not sacrifice it to Jehovah your God. 22. You shall eat it within your gates. The unclean and the clean shall eat it alike, as the gazelle, and as the deer. 23. Only you shall not eat its blood. You shall pour it out on the ground like water. Chapter 16. 1. Observe the month of Aviv, and keep the Passover to Jehovah your God, for in the month of Aviv Jehovah your God brought you out of Egypt by night. 2. You shall sacrifice the Passover to Jehovah your God, of the flock and the herd, in the place which Jehovah shall choose, to cause his name to dwell there. 3. You shall eat no leavened bread with it. You shall eat unleavened bread with it 7 days, even the bread of affliction, for you came out of the land of Egypt in haste, that you may remember the day when you came out of the land of Egypt all the days of your life. 4. No yeast shall be seen with you in all your borders 7 days, neither shall any of the flesh, which you sacrifice the first day at evening, remain all night until the morning. 5. You may not sacrifice the Passover within any of your gates, which Jehovah your God gives you. 6. But at the place which Jehovah your God shall choose, to cause his name to dwell in, there you shall sacrifice the Passover at evening, at the going down of the sun, at the season that you came out of Egypt. 7. You shall roast and eat it in the place which Jehovah your God chooses. In the morning you shall return to your tents. 8. 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread. On the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly to Jehovah your God. You shall do no work. 9. You shall count for yourselves 7 weeks. From the time you begin to put the sickle to the standing grain, you shall begin to number 7 weeks. 10. You shall keep the feast of weeks to Jehovah your God with a tribute of a free will offering of your hand, which you shall give according as Jehovah your God blesses you. 11. You shall rejoice before Jehovah your God. You, your son, your daughter, your male servant, your female servant, the Levite who is within your gates, the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow, who are among you, in the place which Jehovah your God shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. 12 You shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt. You shall observe and do these statutes. 13 You shall keep the Feast of Tents 7 days. After you have gathered in from your threshing floor and from your wine press. 14 You shall rejoice in your feast, you, your son, your daughter, your male servant, your female servant, the Levite, the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow, who are within your gates. 15 You shall keep a feast to Jehovah your God 7 days in the place which Jehovah chooses, because Jehovah your God will bless you in all your increase, and in all the work of your hands, and you shall be altogether joyful. 16 3 times in a year all of your males shall appear before Jehovah your God in the place which he chooses, in the feast of unleavened bread, in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tents. They shall not appear before Jehovah empty. 17 Every man shall give as he is able, according to Jehovah your God's blessing which he has given you. 18 You shall make judges and officers in all your gates, which Jehovah your God gives you, according to your tribes, and they shall judge the people with righteous judgment. 19 You shall not pervert justice. You shall not show partiality. You shall not take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise, and perverts the words of the righteous. 20 You shall follow that which is altogether just, that you may live, and inherit the land which Jehovah your God gives you. 21 You shall not plant for yourselves an Asherah of any kind of tree beside the altar of Jehovah your God, which you shall make for yourselves. 22 Neither shall you set yourself up a sacred stone which Jehovah your God hates. Chapter 17 1 You shall not sacrifice to Jehovah your God an ox, or a sheep, in which is a defect, or anything evil, for that is an abomination to Jehovah your God. 2 If there is found among you, within any of your gates which Jehovah your God gives you, a man or woman who does that which is evil in Jehovah your God's sight, in transgressing his covenant. 3 And has gone and served other gods, and worshipped them, or the sun, or the moon, or any of the stars of the sky, which I have not commanded. 4 And you are told, and you have heard of it, then you shall inquire diligently. Behold, if it is true, and the thing certain, that such abomination is done in Israel. 5 Then you shall bring out that man or that woman, who has done this evil thing, to your gates, even that same man or woman, and you shall stone them to death with stones. 6 At the mouth of 2 witnesses, or 3 witnesses, he who is to die shall be put to death. At the mouth of 1 witness he shall not be put to death. 7 The hand of the witnesses shall be first on him to put him to death, and afterward the hand of all the people. So you shall remove the evil from among you. 8 If there arises a matter too hard for you in 131 Deuteronomy, judgment between blood and blood, between plea and plea, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within your gates, then you shall arise, and go up to the place which Jehovah your God chooses. 9 You shall come to the priests who are Levites, and to the judge who shall be in those days. You shall inquire, and they shall give you the verdict. 10 You shall do according to the decisions of the verdict which they shall give you from that place which Jehovah chooses. You shall observe to do according to all that they shall teach you. 11 According to the decisions of the law which they shall teach you, and according to the judgment which they shall tell you, you shall do. You shall not turn aside from the sentence which they shall show you, to the right hand, nor to the left. 12 The man who does presumptuously, in not listening to the priest who stands to minister there before Jehovah your God, or to the judge, even that man shall die. You shall put away the evil from Israel. 13 All the people shall hear, and fear, and do no more presumptuously. 14 When you have come to the land which Jehovah your God gives you, and possess it, and dwell in it, and say, I will set a king over me, like all the nations that are around me. 15 You shall surely set him king over yourselves, whom Jehovah your God chooses. You shall set as king over you one from among your brothers. You may not put a foreigner over you, who is not your brother. 16 Only he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he may multiply horses, because Jehovah has said to you, you shall not go back that way again. 17 He shall not multiply wives to himself, that his heart not turn away. He shall not greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. 18 It shall be, when he sits on the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write himself a copy of this law in a book, out of that which is before the priests the Levites. 19 It shall be with him, and he shall read from it all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear Jehovah his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes, to do them. 20 That his heart not be lifted up above his brothers, and that he not turn aside from the commandment, to the right hand, or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children, in the middle of Israel. Chapter 18 1 The priests the Levites, all the tribe of Levi, shall have no portion nor inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the offerings of Jehovah made by fire and his portion. 2 They shall have no inheritance among their brothers. Jehovah is their inheritance, as he has spoken to them. 3 This shall be the priest's due from the people, from those who offer a sacrifice, whether it be ox or sheep, that they shall give to the priest the shoulder, the 2 cheeks, and the inner parts. 4 The first fruits of your grain, of your new wine, and of your oil, and the first of the fleece of your sheep, you shall give him. 5 For Jehovah your God has chosen him out of all your tribes, to stand to minister in Jehovah's name, him and his sons forever. 6 If a Levite comes from any of your gates out of all Israel, where he lives as a foreigner, and comes with all the desire of his soul to the place which Jehovah shall choose, 7 Then he shall minister in the name of Jehovah his God, as all his brothers the Levites do, who stand there before Jehovah. 8 They shall have like portions to eat, in addition to that which comes from the sale of his family possessions. 9 When you have come into the land which Jehovah your God gives you, you shall not learn to imitate the abominations of those nations. 10 There shall not be found with you anyone who makes his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, one who uses divination, one who practices sorcery, or an enchanter, or a sorcerer. 11 Or a charmer, or a consulter with a familiar spirit, or a wizard, or a necromancer. 12 For whoever does these things is an abomination to Jehovah. Because of these abominations, Jehovah your God drives them out from before you. 13 You shall be perfect with Jehovah your God. 14 For these nations that you shall dispossess listen to those who practice sorcery and to diviners, but as for you, Jehovah your God has not allowed you so to do. 15 Jehovah your God will raise up to you a prophet from among you, of your brothers, like me. You shall listen to him. 16 This is according to all that you desired of Jehovah your God in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, Let me not hear again Jehovah my God's voice, neither let me see this great fire any more, that I not die. 17 Jehovah said to me, They have well said that which they have spoken. 18 I will raise them up a prophet from among their brothers, like you. I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them all that I shall command him. 19 It shall happen, that whoever will not listen to my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. 20 But the prophet who speaks a word presumptuously in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that same prophet shall die. 21 You may say in your heart, How shall we know the word which Jehovah has not spoken? 22 When a prophet speaks in Jehovah's name, if the thing doesn't follow, nor happen, that is the thing which Jehovah has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously. You shall not be afraid of him. Chapter 19 1 When Jehovah your God cuts off the nations whose land Jehovah your God gives you, and you succeed them, and dwell in their cities, and in their houses, 2 You shall set apart 3 cities for yourselves in the middle of your land, which Jehovah your God gives you to possess it. 3 You shall prepare the way, and divide the borders of your land, which Jehovah your God causes you to inherit, into 3 parts, that every manslayer may flee there. Deuteronomy 132 For this is the case of the manslayer who shall flee there and live. Whoever kills his neighbor unawares, and didn't hate him in time past. 5 As when a man goes into the forest with his neighbor to chop wood, and his hand fetches a stroke with the axe to cut down the tree, and the head slips from the handle, and lights on his neighbor, so that he dies, he shall flee to one of these cities, and live. 6 Otherwise, the avenger of blood might pursue the manslayer, while his heart is hot, and overtake him, because the way is long, and strike him mortally, even though he was not worthy of death, because he didn't hate him in time past. 7 Therefore I command you to set apart 3 cities for yourselves. 8 If Jehovah your God enlarges your border, as he has sworn to your fathers, and gives you all the land which he promised to give to your fathers. 9 If you keep all this commandment to do it, which I command you today, to love Jehovah your God, and to walk ever in his ways, then you shall add 3 cities more for yourselves, besides these 3. 10 This is so that innocent blood will not be shed in the middle of your land which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance, leaving blood guilt on you. 11 But if any man hates his neighbor, lies in wait for him, rises up against him, strikes him mortally so that he dies, and he flees into one of these cities, 12 Then the elders of his city shall send and bring him there, and deliver him into the hand of the avenger of blood, that he may die. 13 Your eye shall not pity him, but you shall purge the innocent blood from Israel, that it may go well with you. 14 You shall not remove your neighbor's landmark, which they of old time have set, in your inheritance which you shall inherit, in the land that Jehovah your God gives you to possess. 15 One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity, or for any sin, in any sin that he sins. At the mouth of 2 witnesses, or at the mouth of 3 witnesses, shall a matter be established. 16. If an unrighteous witness rises up against any man to testify against him of wrongdoing. 17. Then both the men, between whom the controversy is, shall stand before Jehovah, before the priests and the judges who shall be in those days. 18. And the judges shall make diligent inquisition, and, behold, if the witness is a false witness, and has testified falsely against his brother. 19. Then you shall do to him as he had thought to do to his brother. So you shall remove the evil from among you. 20. Those who remain shall hear, and fear, and will never again commit any such evil among you. 21. Your eyes shall not pity, life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Chapter 20. 1. When you go out to battle against your enemies, and see horses, chariots, and a people more than you, you shall not be afraid of them. For Jehovah your God is with you, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. 2. It shall be, when you draw near to the battle, that the priest shall approach and speak to the people. 3. And shall tell them, Hear, Israel, you draw near today to battle against your enemies. Don't let your heart faint. Don't be afraid, nor tremble, neither be scared of them, for Jehovah your God is he who goes with you, to fight for you against your enemies, to save you. 5. The officers shall speak to the people, saying, What man is there who has built a new house, and has not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it. 6. What man is there who has planted a vineyard, and has not used its fruit? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man use its fruit. 7. What man is there who has pledged to be married a wife, and has not taken her? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man take her. 8. The officers shall speak further to the people, and they shall say, What man is there who is fearful, and faint-hearted? Let him go and return to his house, lest his brother's heart melt as his heart. 9. It shall be, when the officers have finished speaking to the people, that they shall appoint captains of armies at the head of the people. 10. When you draw near to a city to fight against it, then proclaim peace to it. 11. It shall be, if it makes you answer of peace, and opens to you, then it shall be, that all the people who are found therein shall become forced laborers to you, and shall serve you. 12. If it will make no peace with you, but will make war against you, then you shall besiege it. 13. When Jehovah your God delivers it into your hand, you shall strike every male of it with the edge of the sword. 14. But the women, the little ones, the livestock, and all that is in the city, even all its plunder, you shall take for plunder for yourself. You may use the plunder of your enemies, which Jehovah your God has given you. 15. Thus you shall do to all the cities which are very far off from you, which are not of the cities of these nations. 16. But of the cities of these peoples, that Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance, you shall save alive nothing that breathes. 17. But you shall utterly destroy them, the Hittite, the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, as Jehovah your God has commanded you. 18. That they not teach you to follow all their abominations, which they have done to their gods, so would you sin against Jehovah your God. 19 When you shall besiege a city a long time, in making war against it to take it, you shall not destroy its trees by wielding an axe against them. For you may eat of them. You shall not cut them down, for is the tree of the field man, that it should be besieged by you? 20 Only the trees that you know are not trees for food, you shall destroy and cut them down. You shall build bulwarks against the city that makes war with you, until it falls. Chapter 21 1 If someone is found slain in the land which Jehovah your God gives you to possess, lying in 133 Deuteronomy, the field, and it isn't known who has struck him. 2 Then your elders and your judges shall come out, and they shall measure to the cities which are around him who is slain. 3 It shall be that the elders of the city which is nearest to the slain man shall take a heifer of the herd, which hasn't been worked with, and which has not drawn in the yoke. 4 The elders of that city shall bring the heifer down to a valley with running water, which is neither plowed nor sown, and shall break the heifer's neck there in the valley. 5 The priests the sons of Levi shall come near, for them Jehovah your God has chosen to minister to him, and to bless in Jehovah's name, and according to their word shall every controversy and every assault be decided. 6 All the elders of that city, who are nearest to the slain man, shall wash their hands over the heifer whose neck was broken in the valley. 7 They shall answer and say, Our hands have not shed this blood, neither have our eyes seen it. 8 Forgive, Jehovah, your people Israel, whom you have redeemed, and don't allow innocent blood among your people Israel. The blood shall be forgiven them. 9 So you shall put away the innocent blood from among you, when you shall do that which is right in Jehovah's eyes. 10 When you go out to battle against your enemies, and Jehovah your God delivers them into your hands, and you carry them away captive. 11 And see among the captives a beautiful woman, and you have a desire to her, and desire to take her as your wife. 12 Then you shall bring her home to your house. She shall shave her head and trim her nails. 13 She shall take the clothing of her captivity off of herself, and shall remain in your house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month. After that you shall go in to her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. 14 It shall be, if you have no delight in her, then you shall let her go where she desires, but you shall not sell her at all for money. You shall not deal with her as a slave, because you have humbled her. 15 If a man has 2 wives, the one beloved and the other hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated, and if the firstborn son is hers who was hated. 16 Then it shall be, in the day that he causes his sons to inherit that which he has, that he may not give the son of the beloved the rights of the firstborn before the son of the hated, who is the firstborn. 17 But he shall acknowledge the firstborn, the son of the hated, by giving him a double portion of all that he has, for he is the beginning of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his. 18 If a man has a stubborn and rebellious son, who will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and though they chasten him, will not listen to them. 19 Then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of his city, and to the gate of his place. 20 They shall tell the elders of his city, This our son is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. 21 All the men of his city shall stone him to death with stones. So you shall remove the evil from among you. All Israel shall hear, and fear. 22 If a man has committed a sin worthy of death, and he is put to death, and you hang him on a tree. 23 His body shall not remain all night on the tree, but you shall surely bury him the same day, for he who is hanged is accursed of God, that you don't defile your land which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance. Chapter 22 1 You shall not see your brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide yourself from them. You shall surely bring them again to your brother. 2 If your brother isn't near to you, or if you don't know him, then you shall bring it home to your house, and it shall be with you until your brother comes looking for it, and you shall restore it to him. 3 So you shall do with his donkey, so you shall do with his garment, so you shall do with every lost thing of your brother's, which he has lost, and you have found. You may not hide yourself, for you shall not see your brother's donkey or his ox fallen down by the way, and hide yourself from them. You shall surely help him to lift them up again. 5 A woman shall not wear men's clothing, neither shall a man put on women's clothing, for whoever does these things is an abomination to Jehovah your God. 6 If you come across a bird's nest on the way, in any tree or on the ground, with young ones or eggs, and the hen sitting on the young, or on the eggs, you shall not take the hen with the young. 7 You shall surely let the hen go, but the young you may take for yourself, that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days. 8 When you build a new house, then you shall make a railing around your roof, so that you don't bring blood on your house if anyone falls from there. 9 You shall not sow your vineyard with two kinds of seed, lest all the fruit be defiled, the seed which you have sown, and the increase of the vineyard. 10 You shall not plow with an ox and a donkey together. 11 You shall not wear clothes of wool and linen woven together. 12 You shall make yourselves fringes on the four corners of your cloak with which you cover yourself. 13 If any man takes a wife, and goes in to her, hates her. 14 Accuses her of shameful things, and gives her a bad name, and says, I took this woman, and when I came near to her, I didn't find in her the tokens of virginity. 15 Then the young lady's father and mother shall take and bring the tokens of the young lady's virginity to the elders of the city in the gate. 16 The young lady's father shall tell the elders, I gave my daughter to this man as his wife, and he hates her. 17 Behold, he has accused her of shameful things, saying, I didn't find in your daughter the tokens of virginity, and yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. They shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city. 18 The elders of that city shall take the man and chastise him. 19 They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, and Deuteronomy 134. Give them to the father of the young lady, because he has given a bad name to a virgin of Israel. She shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days. 20 But if this thing is true, that the tokens of virginity were not found in the young lady. 21 Then they shall bring out the young lady to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her to death with stones, because she has done folly in Israel, to play the prostitute in her father's house. So you shall remove the evil from among you. 22 If a man is found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they shall both die, the man who lay with the woman and the woman. So you shall remove the evil from Israel. 23 If there is a young lady who is a virgin pledged to be married to a husband, and a man finds her in the city, and lies with her, 24 Then you shall bring them both out to the gate of that city, and you shall stone them to death with stones, the lady, because she didn't cry, being in the city, and the man, because he has humbled his neighbor's wife. So you shall remove the evil from among you. 25 But if the man finds the lady who is pledged to be married in the field, and the man forces her, and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her shall die. 26 But to the lady you shall do nothing. There is in the lady no sin worthy of death, for as when a man rises against his neighbor, and kills him, even so is this matter. 27 For he found her in the field, the pledged to be married lady cried, and there was no one to save her. 28 If a man finds a lady who is a virgin, who is not pledged to be married, grabs her, and lies with her, and they are found, 29 Then the man who lay with her shall give to the lady's father 50 shekels of silver. She shall be his wife, because he has humbled her. He may not put her away all his days. 30 A man shall not take his father's wife, and shall not uncover his father's skirt. Chapter 23 1 He who is emasculated by crushing or cutting shall not enter into Jehovah's assembly. 2 A person born of a forbidden union shall not enter into Jehovah's assembly, even to the 10th generation shall no one of his enter into Jehovah's assembly. 3 An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into Jehovah's assembly, even to the 10th generation shall no one belonging to them enter into Jehovah's assembly forever, for because they didn't meet you with bread and with water on the way, when you came out of Egypt, and because they hired against you Balaam the son of Beor, from Petha of Mesopotamia, to curse you. 5 Nevertheless Jehovah your God wouldn't listen to Balaam, but Jehovah your God turned the curse into a blessing to you, because Jehovah your God loved you. 6 You shall not seek their peace nor their prosperity all your days forever. 7 You shall not abhor an Edomite, for he is your brother. You shall not abhor an Egyptian, because you lived as a foreigner in his land. 8 The children of the 3rd generation who are born to them may enter into Jehovah's assembly. 9 When you go out and camp against your enemies, then you shall keep yourselves from every evil thing. 10 If there is among you any man who is not clean by reason of that which happens to him by night, then he shall go outside of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. 11 But it shall be, when evening comes, he shall bathe himself in water. When the sun is down, he shall come within the camp. 12 You shall have a place also outside of the camp where you go relieve yourself. 13 You shall have a trowel among your weapons. It shall be, when you relieve yourself, you shall dig with it, and shall turn back and cover your excrement. 14 For Jehovah your God walks in the middle of your camp, to deliver you, and to give up your enemies before you. Therefore your camp shall be holy, that he may not see an unclean thing in you, and turn away from you. 15 You shall not deliver to his master a servant who has escaped from his master to you. 16 He shall dwell with you, among you, in the place which he shall choose within one of your gates, where it pleases him best. You shall not oppress him. 17 There shall be no prostitute of the daughters of Israel, neither shall there be a sodomite of the sons of Israel. 18 You shall not bring the hire of a prostitute, or the wages of a male prostitute, into the house of Jehovah your God for any vow, for both of these are an abomination to Jehovah your God. 19 You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of money, interest of food, interest of anything that is lent on interest. 20 You may lend on interest to a foreigner, but to your brother you shall not lend on interest, that Jehovah your God may bless you in all that you put your hand to, in the land where you go in to possess it. 21 When you vow a vow to Jehovah your God, you shall not be slack to pay it, for Jehovah your God will surely require it of you, and it would be sin in you. 22 But if you refrain from making a vow, it shall be no sin in you. 23 You shall observe and do that which has gone out of your lips. Whatever you have vowed to Jehovah your God as a freewill offering, which you have promised with your mouth, you must do. 24 When you come into your neighbor's vineyard, then you may eat of grapes your fill at your own pleasure, but you shall not put any in your container. 25 When you come into your neighbor's standing grain, then you may pluck the ears with your hand, but you shall not move a sickle to your neighbor's standing grain. Chapter 24 1 When a man takes a wife and marries her, then it shall be, if she finds no favor in his eyes, because he has found some unseemly thing in her, that he shall write her a bill of divorce, and put it in her hand, and send her out of his house. 2 When she 135 Deuteronomy has departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. 3 If the latter husband hates her, and writes her a bill of divorce, and puts it in her hand, and sends her out of his house, or if the latter husband dies, who took her to be his wife, for her former husband, who sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife, after that she is defiled, for that is abomination before Jehovah. You shall not cause the land to sin, which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance. 5 When a man takes a new wife, he shall not go out in the army, neither shall he be assigned any business. He shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer his wife whom he has taken. 6 No man shall take a mill or an upper millstone as a pledge, for he takes a life in pledge. 7 If a man is found stealing any of his brothers of the children of Israel, and he deals with him as a slave, or sells him, then that thief shall die. So you shall remove the evil from among you. 8 Be careful in the plague of leprosy, that you observe diligently, and do according to all that the priests the Levites teach you. As I commanded them, so you shall observe to do. 9 Remember what Jehovah your God did to Miriam, by the way as you came out of Egypt. 10 When you lend your neighbor any kind of loan, you shall not go into his house to get his pledge. 11 You shall stand outside, and the man to whom you lend shall bring the pledge outside to you. 12 If he is a poor man, you shall not sleep with his pledge. 13 You shall surely restore to him the pledge when the sun goes down, that he may sleep in his garment, and bless you. It shall be righteousness to you before Jehovah your God. 14 You shall not oppress a hired servant who is poor and needy, whether he is one of your brothers, or one of the foreigners who are in your land within your gates. 15 In his day you shall give him his hire, neither shall the sun go down on it, For he is poor, and sets his heart on it, lest he cry against you to Jehovah, and it be sin to you. 16 The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. 17 You shall not deprive the foreigner or the fatherless of justice, nor take a widow's clothing in pledge. 18 But you shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and Jehovah your God redeemed you there. Therefore I command you to do this thing. 19 When you reap your harvest in your field, and have forgotten a sheaf in the field, you shall not go again to get it. It shall be for the foreigner, for the fatherless, and for the widow, that Jehovah your God may bless you in all the work of your hands. 20 When you beat your olive tree, you shall not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the foreigner, for the fatherless, and for the widow. 21 When you harvest your vineyard, you shall not glean it after yourselves. It shall be for the foreigner, for the fatherless, and for the widow. 22 You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command you to do this thing. Chapter 25 1 If there is a controversy between men, and they come to judgment, and the judges judge them, then they shall justify the righteous, and condemn the wicked. 2 It shall be, if the wicked man is worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down, and to be beaten before his face, according to his wickedness, by number. 3 He may sentence him to no more than 40 stripes. He shall not give more, lest, if he should give more, and beat him more than that many stripes, then your brother will be degraded in your sight. 4 You shall not muzzle the ox when he treads out the grain. 5 If brothers dwell together, and one of them dies, and has no son, the wife of the dead shall not be married outside to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in to her, and take her as his wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her. 6 It shall be that the firstborn whom she bears shall succeed in the name of his brother who is dead, that his name not be blotted out of Israel. 7 If the man doesn't want to take his brother's wife, then his brother's wife shall go up to the gate to the elders, and say, My husband's brother refuses to raise up to his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of a husband's brother to me. 8 Then the elders of his city shall call him, and speak to him, and if he stands and says, I don't want to take her. 9 Then his brother's wife shall come to him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face. She shall answer and say, So shall it be done to the man who does not build up his brother's house. 10 His name shall be called in Israel, the house of him who had his shoe removed. 11 When men strive against each other, and the wife of one draws near to deliver her husband out of the hand of him who strikes him, and puts out her hand, and takes him by his private parts. 12 Then you shall cut off her hand. Your eye shall have no pity. 13 You shall not have in your bag diverse weights, one heavy and one light. 14 You shall not have in your house diverse measures, one large and one small. 15 You shall have a perfect and just weight. You shall have a perfect and just measure, that your days may be long in the land which Jehovah your God gives you. 16 For all who do such things, all who do unrighteously, are an abomination to Jehovah your God. 17 Remember what Amalek did to you by the way as you came out of Egypt. 18 How he met you by the way, and struck the rearmost of you, all who were feeble behind you, when you were faint and weary, and he didn't fear God. 19 Therefore it shall be, when Jehovah your God has given you rest from all your enemies all around, in the land which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance to possess it, that you shall blot out the memory of Amalek from under the sky. You shall. Deuteronomy 136. Not forget. Chapter 26. 1 It shall be, when you have come into the land which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance, possess it, and dwell in it. 2 That you shall take some of the first of all the fruit of the ground, which you shall bring in from your land, that Jehovah your God gives you. You shall put it in a basket, and shall go to the place which Jehovah your God shall choose, to cause his name to dwell there. 3 You shall come to the priest who shall be in those days, and tell him, I profess today to Jehovah your God, that I have come to the land which Jehovah swore to our fathers to give us. 4 The priest shall take the basket out of your hand, and set it down before the altar of Jehovah your God. 5 You shall answer and say before Jehovah your God, my father was a Syrian ready to perish. He went down into Egypt, and lived there, few in number. There he became a great, mighty, and populous nation. 6 The Egyptians mistreated us, afflicted us, and imposed hard labor on us. 7 Then we cried to Jehovah, the God of our fathers. Jehovah heard our voice, and saw our affliction, our toil, and our oppression. 8 Jehovah brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand, with an outstretched arm, with great terror, with signs, and with wonders. 9 And he has brought us into this place, and has given us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. 10 Now, behold, I have brought the first of the fruit of the ground, which you, Jehovah, have given me. You shall set it down before Jehovah your God, and worship before Jehovah your God. 11 You shall rejoice in all the good which Jehovah your God has given to you, and to your house, you, and the Levite, and the foreigner who is among you. 12 When you have finished tithing all the tithe of your increase in the 3rd year, which is the year of tithing, then you shall give it to the Levite, to the foreigner, to the fatherless, and to the widow, that they may eat within your gates, and be filled. 13 You shall say before Jehovah your God, I have put away the holy things out of my house, and also have given them to the Levite, to the foreigner, to the fatherless, and to the widow, according to all your commandment, which you have commanded me. I have not transgressed any of your commandments, neither have I forgotten them. 14 I have not eaten of it in my mourning, neither have I removed any of it while I was unclean, nor given of it for the dead. I have listened to Jehovah my God's voice. I have done according to all that you have commanded me. 15 Look down from your holy habitation from heaven, and bless your people Israel, and the ground which you have given us, as you swore to our fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey. 16 Today Jehovah your God commands you to do these statutes and ordinances. You shall therefore keep and do them with all your heart, and with all your soul. 17 You have declared today that Jehovah is your God, and that you would walk in his ways, and keep his statutes, and his commandments, and his ordinances, and listen to his voice. 18 Jehovah has declared today that you are a people for his own possession, as he has promised you, and that you should keep all his commandments. 19 He will make you high above all nations that he has made, in praise, in name, and in honor, and that you may be a holy people to Jehovah your God, as he has spoken. Chapter 27. 1 Moses and the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, Keep all the commandment which I command you today. 2 It shall be on the day when you shall pass over the Jordan to the land which Jehovah your God gives you, that you shall set yourself up great stones, and coat them with plaster. 3 You shall write on them all the words of this law, when you have passed over, that you may go into the land which Jehovah your God gives you, a land flowing with milk and honey, as Jehovah, the God of your fathers, has promised you. 4 It shall be, when you have crossed over the Jordan, that you shall set up these stones, which I command you today, on Mount Ebal, and you shall coat them with plaster. 5 There you shall build an altar to Jehovah your God, an altar of stones. You shall not use any iron tool on them. 6 You shall build the altar of Jehovah your God of uncut stones. You shall offer burnt offerings on it to Jehovah your God. 7 You shall sacrifice peace offerings, and shall eat there. You shall rejoice before Jehovah your God. 8 You shall write on the stones all the words of this law very plainly. 9 Moses and the priests the Levites spoke to all Israel, saying, Be silent, and listen, Israel. Today you have become the people of Jehovah your God. 10 You shall therefore obey Jehovah your God's voice, and do his commandments and his statutes, which I command you today. 11 Moses commanded the people the same day, saying, 12 These shall stand on Mount Gerizim to bless the people, when you have crossed over the Jordan, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin. 13 These shall stand on Mount Ebal for the curse, Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. 14 With a loud voice, the Levites shall say to all the men of Israel, 15 Cursed is the man who makes an engraved or molten image, an abomination to Jehovah, the work of the hands of the craftsman, and sets it up in secret. All the people shall answer and say, Amen. 16 Cursed is he who dishonors his father or his mother. All the people shall say, Amen. 17 Cursed is he who removes his neighbor's landmark. All the people shall say, Amen. 18 Cursed is he who leads the blind astray on the road. All the people shall say, Amen. 19 Cursed is he who withholds justice from the foreigner, fatherless, and widow. 137 Deuteronomy. All the people shall say, Amen. 20 Cursed is he who lies with his father's wife, because he dishonors his father's bed. All the people shall say, Amen. 21 Cursed is he who lies with any kind of animal. All the people shall say, Amen. 22 Cursed is he who lies with his sister, his father's daughter or his mother's daughter. All the people shall say, Amen. 23 Cursed is he who lies with his mother-in-law. All the people shall say, Amen. 24 Cursed is he who secretly kills his neighbor. All the people shall say, Amen. 25 Cursed is he who takes a bribe to kill an innocent person. All the people shall say, Amen. 26 Cursed is he who doesn't uphold the words of this law by doing them. All the people shall say, Amen. Chapter 28. 1 It shall happen, if you shall listen diligently to Jehovah your God's voice, to observe to do all his commandments which I command you today. That Jehovah your God will set you high above all the nations of the earth. To all these blessings will come upon you, and overtake you, if you listen to Jehovah your God's voice. 3. You shall be blessed in the city, and you shall be blessed in the field. 4. You shall be blessed in the fruit of your body, the fruit of your ground, the fruit of your animals, the increase of your livestock, and the young of your flock. 5. Your basket and your kneading trough shall be blessed. 6. You shall be blessed when you come in, and you shall be blessed when you go out. 7. Jehovah will cause your enemies who rise up against you to be struck before you. They will come out against you one way, and will flee before you 7 ways. 8. Jehovah will command the blessing on you in your barns, and in all that you put your hand to. He will bless you in the land which Jehovah your God gives you. 9. Jehovah will establish you for a holy people to himself, as he has sworn to you, if you shall keep the commandments of Jehovah your God, and walk in his ways. 10. All the peoples of the earth shall see that you are called by Jehovah's name, and they will be afraid of you. 11. Jehovah will grant you abundant prosperity, in the fruit of your body, in the fruit of your livestock, and in the fruit of your ground, in the land which Jehovah swore to your fathers to give you. 12. Jehovah will open to you his good treasure in the sky, to give the rain of your land in its season, and to bless all the work of your hand. You will lend to many nations, and you will not borrow. 13. Jehovah will make you the head, and not the tail. You will be above only, and you will not be beneath, if you listen to the commandments of Jehovah your God, which I command you today to observe and to do. 14. And shall not turn aside from any of the words which I command you today, to the right hand, or to the left, to go after other gods to serve them. 15. But it shall come to pass, if you will not listen to Jehovah your God's voice, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command you today, that all these curses will come on you, and overtake you. 16. You will be cursed in the city, and you will be cursed in the field. 17. Your basket and your kneading trough will be cursed. 18. The fruit of your body, the fruit of your ground, the increase of your livestock, and the young of your flock will be cursed. 19. You will be cursed when you come in, and you will be cursed when you go out. 20. Jehovah will send on you cursing, confusion, and rebuke, in all that you put your hand to do, until you are destroyed, and until you perish quickly, because of the evil of your doings, by which you have forsaken me. 21. Jehovah will make the pestilence cling to you, until he has consumed you from off the land, where you go in to possess it. 22. Jehovah will strike you with consumption, with fever, with inflammation, with fiery heat, with the sword, with blight, and with mildew. They will pursue you until you perish. 23. Your sky that is over your head will be brass, and the earth that is under you will be iron. 24. Jehovah will make the rain of your land powder and dust. It will come down on you from the sky, until you are destroyed. 25. Jehovah will cause you to be struck before your enemies. You will go out one way against them, and will flee 7 ways before them. You will be tossed back and forth among all the kingdoms of the earth. 26. Your dead body will be food to all birds of the sky, and to the animals of the earth, and there will be no one to frighten them away. 27. Jehovah will strike you with the boils of Egypt, with the tumors, with the scurvy, and with the itch, of which you cannot be healed. 28 Jehovah will strike you with madness, with blindness, and with astonishment of heart. 29 You will grope at noonday, as the blind gropes in darkness, and you shall not prosper in your ways. You will only be oppressed and robbed always, and there will be no one to save you. 30 You will betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. You will build a house, and you won't dwell in it. You will plant a vineyard, and not use its fruit. 31 Your ox will be slain before your eyes, and you will not eat any of it. Your donkey will be violently taken away from before your face, and will not be restored to you. Your sheep will be given to your enemies, and you will have no one to save you. 32 Your sons and your daughters will be given to another people. Your eyes will look, and fail with longing for them all day long. There will be no power in your hand. 33 A nation which you don't know will eat the fruit of your ground and all of your work. You will only be oppressed and crushed always. 34 So that the sights that you see with your eyes will drive you mad. 35 Jehovah will strike you in the knees and in the legs with a sore boil, of which you can. Deuteronomy 138. Not be healed, from the sole of your foot to the crown of your head. 36 Jehovah will bring you, and your king, whom you will set over yourselves, to a nation that you have not known, you nor your fathers. There you will serve other gods of wood and stone. 37 You will become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all the peoples, where Jehovah will lead you away. 38 You will carry much seed out into the field, and will gather little in, for the locust will consume it. 39 You will plant vineyards and dress them, but you will neither drink of the wine, nor harvest, because worms will eat them. 40 You will have olive trees throughout all your borders, but you won't anoint yourself with the oil, for your olives will drop off. 41 You will father sons and daughters, but they will not be yours, for they will go into captivity. 42 Locusts will consume all of your trees and the fruit of your ground. 43 The foreigner who is among you will mount up above you higher and higher, and you will come down lower and lower. 44 He will lend to you, and you won't lend to him. He will be the head, and you will be the tail. 45 All these curses will come on you, and will pursue you, and overtake you, until you are destroyed, because you didn't listen to Jehovah, your God's voice, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded you. 46 They will be for a sign and for a wonder to you and to your offspring forever. 47 Because you didn't serve Jehovah your God with joyfulness, and with gladness of heart, by reason of the abundance of all things. 48 Therefore you will serve your enemies whom Jehovah sends against you, in hunger, in thirst, in nakedness, and in lack of all things. He will put an iron yoke on your neck, until he has destroyed you. 49 Jehovah will bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth, as the eagle flies, a nation whose language you will not understand. 50 A nation of fierce facial expressions, that doesn't respect the elderly, nor show favor to the young. 51 And they will eat the fruit of your livestock, and the fruit of your ground, until you are destroyed. They also won't leave you grain, new wine, or oil, the increase of your livestock, or the young of your flock, until they have caused you to perish. 52 They will besiege you in all your gates, until your high and fortified walls come down, in which you trusted, throughout all your land. They will besiege you in all your gates throughout all your land, which Jehovah your God has given you. 53 You will eat the fruit of your own body, the flesh of your sons and of your daughters, whom Jehovah your God has given you, in the siege and in the distress with which your enemies will distress you. 54 The man who is tender among you, and very delicate, his eye will be evil toward his brother, toward the wife whom he loves, and toward the remnant of his children, whom he has remaining. 55 So that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children, whom he will eat, because he has nothing left to him, in the siege and in the distress with which your enemy will distress you in all your gates. 56 The tender and delicate woman among you, who would not venture to set the sole of her foot on the ground for delicateness and tenderness, her eye will be evil toward the husband that she loves, toward her son, toward her daughter. 57 Toward her young one who comes out from between her feet, and toward her children whom she bears, for she will eat them secretly for lack of all things, in the siege and in the distress with which your enemy will distress you in your gates. 58 If you will not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that you may fear this glorious and fearful name, Jehovah your God. 59 Then Jehovah will make your plagues fearful, and the plagues of your offspring, even great plagues, and of long duration, and severe sicknesses, and of long duration. 60 He will bring on you again all the diseases of Egypt, which you were afraid of, and they will cling to you. 61 Also every sickness and every plague, which is not written in the book of this law, Jehovah will bring them on you, until you are destroyed. 62 You will be left few in number, even though you were as the stars of the sky for multitude, because you didn't listen to Jehovah your God's voice. 63 It will happen that as Jehovah rejoiced over you to do you good, and to multiply you, so Jehovah will rejoice over you to cause you to perish, and to destroy you. You will be plucked from off of the land where you go in to possess it. 64 Jehovah will scatter you among all peoples, from one end of the earth to the other end of the earth. There you will serve other gods, which you have not known, you nor your fathers, even wood and stone. 65 Among these nations you will find no ease, and there will be no rest for the sole of your foot. But Jehovah will give you there a trembling heart, failing of eyes, and pining of soul. 66 Your life will hang in doubt before you. You will be afraid night and day, and will have no assurance of your life. 67 In the morning you will say, I wish it were evening, and at evening you will say, I wish it were morning, for the fear of your heart which you will fear, and for the sights which your eyes will see. 68 Jehovah will bring you into Egypt again with ships, by the way of which I told to you that you would never see it again. There you will sell yourselves to your enemies for male and female slaves, and nobody will buy you. Chapter 29 1 These are the words of the covenant which Jehovah commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, in addition to the covenant which he made with them in Horeb. 2 Moses called to all Israel, and said to them, Your eyes have seen all that Jehovah did in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh, and to all his servants, and to all his land. 3 The great trials which your 139 Deuteronomy I saw, the signs, and those great wonders. therefore but Jehovah has not given you a heart to know, eyes to see, and ears to hear, to this day. 5. I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes have not grown old on you, and your shoes have not grown old on your feet. 6. You have not eaten bread, neither have you drunk wine or strong drink, that you may know that I am Jehovah your God. 7. When you came to this place, Sihon the king of Heshbon, and Og the king of Bashan, came out against us to battle, and we struck them. 8. We took their land and gave it for an inheritance to the Reubenites, and to the Gadites, and to the half-tribe of the Manassites. 9. Therefore keep the words of this covenant, and do them, that you may prosper in all that you do. 10. All of you stand today in the presence of Jehovah your God, your heads, your tribes, your elders, and your officers, even all the men of Israel. 11. Your little ones, your wives, and the foreigners who are in the middle of your camps, from the one who cuts your wood to the one who draws your water. 12. That you may enter into the covenant of Jehovah your God, and into his oath, which Jehovah your God makes with you today. 13. That he may establish you today as his people, and that he may be your God, as he spoke to you, and as he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. 14. Neither do I make this covenant and this oath with you only. 15. But with those who stand here with us today before Jehovah our God, and also with those who are not here with us today. 16. For you know how we lived in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the middle of the nations through which you passed. 17. And you have seen their abominations, and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them. 18. Lest there should be among you man, woman, family, or tribe whose heart turns away today from Jehovah our God, to go to serve the gods of those nations, lest there should be among you a root that produces bitter poison. 19. And it happen, when he hears the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the stubbornness of my heart, to destroy the moist with the dry. 20. Jehovah will not pardon him, but then Jehovah's anger and his jealousy will smoke against that man, and all the curse that is written in this book will fall on him, and Jehovah will blot out his name from under the sky. 21. Jehovah will set him apart for evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that is written in this book of the law. 22. The generation to come, your children who will rise up after you, and the foreigner who will come from a far land, will say, when they see the plagues of that land, and the sicknesses with which Jehovah has made it sick. 23. And that all of its land is sulfur, salt, and burning, that it is not sown, doesn't produce, nor does any grass grow in it, like the overthrow of Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, which Jehovah overthrew in his anger, and in his wrath. 24. Even all the nations will say, why has Jehovah done thus to this land? What does the heat of this great anger mean? 25. Then men will say, because they abandoned the covenant of Jehovah, the God of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. 26. And went and served other gods, and worshipped them, gods that they didn't know, and that he had not given to them. 27. Therefore Jehovah's anger burned against this land, to bring on it all the curses that are written in this book. 28. Jehovah rooted them out of their land in anger, in wrath, and in great indignation, and thrust them into another land, as it is today. 29. The secret things belong to Jehovah our God, but the things that are revealed belong to us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. Chapter 30. 1. It shall happen, when all these things have come on you, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before you, and you shall call them to mind among all the nations, where Jehovah your God has driven you to, and return to Jehovah your God, and obey his voice according to all that I command you today, you and your children, with all your heart, and with all your soul. 3. That then Jehovah your God will release you from captivity, have compassion on you, and will return and gather you from all the peoples where Jehovah your God has scattered you. 4. If your outcasts are in the uttermost parts of the heavens, from there Jehovah your God will gather you, and from there he will bring you back. 5. Jehovah your God will bring you into the land which your fathers possessed, and you will possess it. He will do you good, and increase your numbers more than your fathers. 6. Jehovah your God will circumcise your heart, and the heart of your offspring, to love Jehovah your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, that you may live. 7. Jehovah your God will put all these curses on your enemies, and on those who hate you, who persecuted you. 8. You shall return and obey Jehovah's voice, and do all his commandments which I command you today. 9. Jehovah your God will make you plenteous in all the work of your hand, in the fruit of your body, in the fruit of your livestock, and in the fruit of your ground, for good, for Jehovah will again rejoice over you for good, as he rejoiced over your fathers. 10. If you will obey Jehovah your God's voice, to keep his commandments and his statutes which are written in this book of the law, if you turn to Jehovah your God with all your heart, and with all your soul. 11. For this commandment which I command you today is not too hard for you or too distant. 12. It is not in heaven, that you should say, who will go up for us to heaven, and bring it to us, and proclaim it to us, that we may do it. 13. Neither is it beyond the sea, that you should say, who will go over the sea for us, and bring it to us, and proclaim it to us, that we may do it. 14. But the Deuteronomy 140 word is very near to you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it. 15. Behold, I have set before you today life and prosperity, and death and evil. 16. For I command you today to love Jehovah your God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments, his statutes, and his ordinances, that you may live and multiply, and that Jehovah your God may bless you in the land where you go in to possess it. 17. But if your heart turns away, and you will not hear, but are drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18. I denounce to you today, that you will surely perish. You will not prolong your days in the land where you pass over the Jordan to go in to possess it. 19. I call heaven and earth to witness against you today, that I have set before you life and death, the blessing and the curse. Therefore choose life, that you may live, you and your descendants. 22. Love Jehovah your God, to obey his voice, and to cling to him, for he is your life, and the length of your days, that you may dwell in the land which Jehovah swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them. Chapter 31. 1. Moses went and spoke these words to all Israel. 2. He said to them, I am 120 years old today. I can no more go out and come in. Jehovah has said to me, you shall not go over this Jordan. 3. Jehovah your God himself will go over before you. He will destroy these nations from before you, and you shall dispossess them. Joshua will go over before you, as Jehovah has spoken. 4. Jehovah will do to them as he did to Sihon and to Og, the kings of the Amorites, and to their land, whom he destroyed. 5. Jehovah will deliver them up before you, and you shall do to them according to all the commandment which I have commanded you. 6. Be strong and courageous. Don't be afraid or scared of them, for Jehovah your God himself is who goes with you. He will not fail you nor forsake you. 7. Moses called to Joshua, and said to him in the sight of all Israel, Be strong and courageous, for you shall go with this people into the land which Jehovah has sworn to their fathers to give them, and you shall cause them to inherit it. 8. Jehovah himself is who goes before you. He will be with you. He will not fail you nor forsake you. Don't be afraid. Don't be discouraged. 9. Moses wrote this law, and delivered it to the priests the sons of Levi, who bore the ark of Jehovah's covenant, and to all the elders of Israel. 10. Moses commanded them, saying, At the end of every 7 years, in the set time of the year of release, in the Feast of Tents, 11. When all Israel has come to appear before Jehovah your God in the place which he will choose, you shall read this law before all Israel in their hearing. 12. Assemble the people, the men and the women, and the little ones, and the foreigners who are within your gates, that they may hear, and that they may learn, and fear Jehovah your God, and observe to do all the words of this law. 13. And that their children, who have not known, may hear and learn to fear Jehovah your God, as long as you live in the land where you go over the Jordan to possess it. 14. Jehovah said to Moses, Behold, your days approach that you must die. Call Joshua, and present yourselves in the tent of meeting, that I may commission him. Moses and Joshua went, and presented themselves in the tent of meeting. 15. Jehovah appeared in the tent in a pillar of cloud, and the pillar of cloud stood over the tent's door. 16. Jehovah said to Moses, Behold, you shall sleep with your fathers. This people will rise up and play the prostitute after the strange gods of the land, where they go to be among them, and will forsake me, and break my covenant which I have made with them. 17. Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured, and many evils and troubles shall come on them, so that they will say in that day, Haven't these evils come on us because our God is not among us? 18. I will surely hide my face in that day for all the evil which they have done, in that they have turned to other gods. 19. Now therefore write this song for yourselves, and teach it to the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel. 20. For when I have brought them into the land which I swore to their fathers, flowing with milk and honey, and they have eaten and filled themselves, and grown fat, then they will turn to other gods, and serve them, and despise me, and break my covenant. 21. It will happen, when many evils and troubles have come on them, that this song will testify before them as a witness, for it will not be forgotten out of the mouths of their descendants, for I know their ways and what they are doing today, before I have brought them into the land which I swore. 22. So Moses wrote this song the same day, and taught it to the children of Israel. 23 He commissioned Joshua the son of Nun, and said, Be strong and courageous, for you shall bring the children of Israel into the land which I swore to them. I will be with you. 24 When Moses had finished writing the words of this law in a book, until they were finished. 25 Moses commanded the Levites, who bore the Ark of Jehovah's covenant, saying, 26 Take this book of the law, and put it by the side of the ark of the covenant of Jehovah your God, that it may be therefore a witness against you. 27 For I know your rebellion, and your stiff neck. Behold, while I am yet alive with you today, you have been rebellious against Jehovah. How much more after my death? 28 Assemble to me all the elders of your tribes, and your officers, that I may speak these words in their ears, and call heaven and earth to witness against them. 29 For I know that after my death you will utterly corrupt yourselves, and turn aside from the way which I have commanded you, and evil will 141 Deuteronomy happen to you in the latter days, because you will do that which is evil in Jehovah's sight, to provoke him to anger through the work of your hands. 30 Moses spoke in the ears of all the assembly of Israel the words of this song, until they were finished. Chapter 32 1 Give ear, you heavens, and I will speak. Let the earth hear the words of my mouth. 2 My doctrine will drop as the rain. My speech will condense as the dew. As the misty rain on the tender grass. As the showers on the herb. 3 For I will proclaim Jehovah's name. Ascribe greatness to our God. For the rock, his work is perfect. For all his ways are just. A God of faithfulness who does no wrong. Just and right is he. 5 They have dealt corruptly with him. They are not his children, because of their defect. They are a perverse and crooked generation. 6 Is this the way you repay Jehovah? Foolish and unwise people? Isn't he your father who has bought you? He has made you and established you. 7 Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask your father, and he will show you. Your elders, and they will tell you. 8 When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance. When he separated the children of men. He set the bounds of the peoples. According to the number of the children of Israel. 9 For Jehovah's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. 10 He found him in a desert land. In the waste howling wilderness. He surrounded him. He cared for him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. 11 As an eagle that stirs up her nest. That flutters over her young. He spread abroad his wings. He took them. He bore them on his feathers. 12 Jehovah alone led him. There was no foreign god with him. 13 He made him ride on the high places of the earth. He ate the increase of the field. He caused him to suck honey out of the rock. Oil out of the flinty rock. 14 Butter from the herd, and milk from the flock. With fat of lambs. Rams of the breed of Bashan, and goats. With the finest of the wheat. From the blood of the grape, you drank wine. 15 But Jeshurun grew fat, and kicked. You have grown fat. You have grown thick. You have become sleek. Then he abandoned God who made him. And rejected the rock of his salvation. 16 They moved him to jealousy with strange gods. They provoked him to anger with abominations. 17 They sacrificed to demons, not God. To gods that they didn't know. To new gods that came up recently. Which your fathers didn't dread. 18 Of the rock who became your father, you are unmindful. and have forgotten God who gave you birth. 19 Jehovah saw and abhorred, because of the provocation of his sons and his daughters. 20 He said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end will be. For they are a very perverse generation, children in whom is no faithfulness. 21 They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities. I will move them to jealousy with those who are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. 22 For a fire is kindled in my anger, that burns to the lowest Sheol, devours the earth with its increase, and sets the foundations of the mountains on fire. 23 I will heap evils on them. I will spend my arrows on them. 24 They shall be wasted with hunger, and devoured with burning heat, and bitter destruction. I will send the teeth of animals on them, with the venom of vipers that glide in the dust. 25 Outside the sword will bereave, and in the rooms, terror, on both young man and virgin, the nursing infant with the gray-haired man. 26 I said that I would scatter them afar. I would make their memory to cease from among men. 27 Were it not that I feared the provocation of the enemy, lest their adversaries should judge wrongly, lest they should say, Our hand is exalted. Jehovah has not done all this. 28 For they are a nation void of counsel. There is no understanding in them. 29 Oh that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end. 30 How could one chase 1,000, and two put 10,000 to flight, unless their rock had sold them, and Jehovah had delivered them up? 31 For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves concede. Deuteronomy 142. 32 For their vine is of the vine of Sodom, of the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are poison grapes. Their clusters are bitter. 33 Their wine is the poison of serpents, the cruel venom of asps. 34 Isn't this laid up in store with me, sealed up among my treasures? 35 Vengeance is mine, and recompense, at the time when their foot slides. For the day of their calamity is at hand. Their doom rushes at them. 36 For Jehovah will judge his people, and have compassion on his servants, when he sees that their power is gone, that there is no one remaining, shut up or left at large. 37 He will say, Where are their gods? The rock in which they took refuge. 38 Which ate the fat of their sacrifices, and drank the wine of their drink offering? Let them rise up and help you. Let them be your protection. 39 See now that I myself am He. There is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. There is no one who can deliver out of my hand. 44 I lift up my hand to heaven and declare, as I live forever. 41 If I sharpen my glittering sword, my hand grasps it in judgment. I will take vengeance on my adversaries, and will repay those who hate me. 42 I will make my arrows drunk with blood. My sword shall devour flesh with the blood of the slain and the captives, from the head of the leaders of the enemy. 43 Rejoice, you nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants. He will take vengeance on his adversaries, and will make atonement for his land and for his people. 44 Moses came and spoke all the words of this song in the ears of the people, he and Joshua the son of Nun. 45 Moses finished reciting all these words to all Israel. 46 He said to them, Set your heart to all the words which I testify to you today, which you shall command your children to observe to do, all the words of this law. 47 For it is no vain thing for you, because it is your life. And through this thing you shall prolong your days in the land, where you go over the Jordan to possess it. 48 Jehovah spoke to Moses that same day, saying, 49 Go up into this mountain of Abadim, to Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, that is across from Jericho, and see the land of Canaan, which I give to the children of Israel for a possession. 50 Die on the mountain where you go up, and be gathered to your people, as Aaron your brother died on Mount Hor, and was gathered to his people. 51 Because you trespassed against me among the children of Israel at the waters of Meribah of Kadesh, in the wilderness of Zin, because you didn't uphold my holiness among the children of Israel. 52 For you shall see the land from a distance, but you shall not go there into the land which I give the children of Israel. Chapter 33 1 This is the blessing with which Moses the man of God blessed the children of Israel before his death. 2 He said, Jehovah came from Sinai, and rose from Seir to them. He shone from Mount Paran. He came from the 10,000s of holy ones. At his right hand was a fiery law for them. 3 Yes, he loves the people. All his saints are in your hand. They sat down at your feet. Each receives your words. 4 Moses commanded us a law, an inheritance for the assembly of Jacob. 5 He was king in Jeshurun, when the heads of the people were gathered, all the tribes of Israel together. 6 Let Reuben live, and not die, nor let his men be few. 7 This is for Judah. He said, Hear, Jehovah, the voice of Judah. Bring him in to his people. With his hands he contended for himself. You shall be a help against his adversaries. 8 About Levi he said, Your Thummim and your Urim are with your godly one, whom you proved at Massah, with whom you contended at the waters of Meribah. 9 He said of his father, and of his mother, I have not seen him. He didn't acknowledge his brothers, nor did he know his own children. For they have observed your word, and keep your covenant. 10 They shall teach Jacob your ordinances, and Israel your law. They shall put incense before you, and whole burnt offering on your altar. 11 Jehovah, bless his skills. Accept the work of his hands. Strike through the hips of those who rise up against him, of those who hate him, that they not rise again. 12 About Benjamin he said, The beloved of Jehovah will dwell in safety by him. He covers him all day long. He dwells between his shoulders. 13 About Joseph he said, His land is blessed by Jehovah. For the precious things of the heavens, for the dew, for the deep that couches beneath. 14 For the precious things of the fruits of the sun, for the precious things that the moon can yield. 143 Deuteronomy. 15 For the best things of the ancient mountains, for the precious things of the everlasting hills. 16 For the precious things of the earth and its fullness, the good will of him who lived in the bush. Let this come on the head of Joseph, on the crown of the head of him who was separated from his brothers. 17 The firstborn of his herd, majesty is his. His horns are the horns of the wild ox. With them he will push all the peoples, to the ends of the earth. They are the 10,000s of Ephraim. They are the thousands of Manasseh. 18 About Zebulun he said, Rejoice, Zebulun, in your going out, and Issachar, in your tents. 19 They will call the peoples to the mountain. There they will offer sacrifices of righteousness. For they will draw out the abundance of the seas, the hidden treasures of the sand. 20 About Gad he said, He who enlarges Gad is blessed. He dwells as a lioness, and tears the arm, yes, the crown of the head. 21 He provided the first part for himself, for the lawgiver's portion was reserved for him. He came with the heads of the people. He executed the righteousness of Jehovah, his ordinances with Israel. 22 About Dan he said, Dan is a lion's cub that leaps out of Bashan. 23 About Naphtali he said, Naphtali, satisfied with favor, full of Jehovah's blessing, possess the west and the south. 24 About Asher he said, Asher is blessed with children. Let him be acceptable to his brothers. Let him dip his foot in oil. 25 Your bars will be iron and brass. As your days, so your strength will be. 26 There is no one like God, Jeshurun, who rides on the heavens for your help, in his excellency on the skies. 27 The eternal God is your dwelling place. Underneath are the everlasting arms. He thrust out the enemy from before you, and said, Destroy. 28 Israel dwells in safety, the fountain of Jacob alone, in a land of grain and new wine. Yes, his heavens drop down dew. 29 You are happy, Israel. Who is like you, a people saved by Jehovah, the shield of your help, the sword of your excellency? Your enemies will submit themselves to you. You will tread on their high places. Chapter 34 1 Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, that is over against Jericho. Jehovah showed him all the land of Gilead, to Dan, to and all Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, and all the land of Judah, to the western sea, 3 and the south, and the plain of the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees, to Zor. For Jehovah said to him, This is the land which I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, I will give it to your offspring. I have caused you to see it with your eyes, but you shall not go over there. 5 So Moses the servant of Jehovah died there in the land of Moab, according to Jehovah's word. 6 He buried him in the valley in the land of Moab, opposite Beth Peor, but no man knows where his tomb is to this day. 7 Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, nor his strength gone. 8 The children of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days, until the days of weeping in the morning for Moses were ended. 9 Joshua the son of Nun was full of the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hands on him. The children of Israel listened to him, and did as Jehovah commanded Moses. 10 Since then, there has not arisen a prophet in Israel like Moses, whom Jehovah knew face to face. 11 In all the signs and the wonders, which Jehovah sent him to do in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh, and to all his servants, and to all his land, 12 And in all the mighty hand, and in all the awesome deeds, which Moses did in the sight of all Israel. Underscore 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 un. Joshua. Chapter 1. 1 Now after the death of Moses the servant of Jehovah, Jehovah spoke to Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' servant, saying, 2 Moses my servant is dead. Now therefore arise, go across this Jordan, you, and all these people, to the land which I am giving to them, even to the children of Israel. 3 I have given you every place that the sole of your foot will tread on, as I told Moses. 4 From the wilderness, and this Lebanon, even to the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and to the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your border. 5. No man will be able to stand before you all the days of your life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will not fail you nor forsake you. 6. Be strong and courageous, for you shall cause this people to inherit the land which I swore to their fathers to give them. 7. Only be strong and very courageous. Be careful to observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded you. Don't turn from it to the right hand or to the left, that you may have good success wherever you go. 8. This book of the law shall not depart from your mouth, but you shall meditate on it day and night, that you may observe to do. Joshua 144. According to all that is written in it, for then you shall make your way prosperous, and then you shall have good success. 9. Haven't I commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Don't be afraid. Don't be dismayed, for Jehovah your God is with you wherever you go. 10. Then Joshua commanded the officers of the people, saying, 11. Pass through the middle of the camp, and command the people, saying, prepare food, for within 3 days you are to pass over this Jordan, to go in to possess the land which Jehovah your God gives you to possess it. 12. Joshua spoke to the Reubenites, and to the Gadites, and to the half-tribe of Manasseh, saying, 13. Remember the word which Moses the servant of Jehovah commanded you, saying, Jehovah your God gives you rest, and will give you this land. 14. Your wives, your little ones, and your livestock, shall live in the land which Moses gave you beyond the Jordan, but you shall pass over before your brothers armed, all the mighty men of valor, and shall help them. 15. Until Jehovah has given your brothers rest, as he has given you, and they have also possessed the land which Jehovah your God gives them. Then you shall return to the land of your possession, and possess it, which Moses the servant of Jehovah gave you beyond the Jordan toward the sunrise. 16. They answered Joshua, saying, all that you have commanded us we will do, and wherever you send us we will go. 17. Just as we listened to Moses in all things, so will we listen to you. Only may Jehovah your God be with you, as he was with Moses. 18. Whoever rebels against your commandment, and doesn't listen to your words in all that you command him, shall himself be put to death. Only be strong and courageous. Chapter 2. 1. Joshua the son of Nun secretly sent 2 men out of Shittim as spies, saying, go, view the land, including Jericho. They went and came into the house of a prostitute whose name was Rahab, and slept there. 2. The king of Jericho was told, behold, men of the children of Israel came in here tonight to spy out the land. 3. Jericho's king sent to Rahab, saying, bring out the men who have come to you, who have entered into your house, for they have come to spy out all the land. 4. The woman took the 2 men and hid them. Then she said, yes, the men came to me, but I didn't know where they came from. 5. About the time of the shutting of the gate, when it was dark, the men went out. Where the men went, I don't know. Pursue them quickly. You may catch up with them. 6. But she had brought them up to the roof, and hidden them under the stalks of flax, which she had laid in order on the roof. 7. The men pursued them along the way to the fords of the Jordan River. As soon as those who pursued them had gone out, they shut the gate. 8 Before they had lain down, she came up to them on the roof. 9 She said to the men, I know that Jehovah has given you the land, and that the fear of you has fallen upon us, and that all the inhabitants of the land melt away before you. 10 For we have heard how Jehovah dried up the water of the Red Sea before you, when you came out of Egypt, and what you did to the 2 kings of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan, to Sihon and to Og, whom you utterly destroyed. 11 As soon as we had heard it, our hearts melted, and there wasn't any more spirit in any man. Because of you, for Jehovah your God, He is God in heaven above, and on earth beneath. 12 Now, therefore, please swear to me by Jehovah, since I have dealt kindly with you, that you also will deal kindly with my father's house, and give me a true sign. 13 And that you will save alive my father, my mother, my brothers, and my sisters, and all that they have, and will deliver our lives from death. 14 The men said to her, Our life for yours, if you don't talk about this business of ours, and it shall be, when Jehovah gives us the land, that we will deal kindly and truly with you. 15 Then she let them down by a cord through the window, for her house was on the side of the wall, and she lived on the wall. 16 She said to them, Go to the mountain, lest the pursuers find you. Hide yourselves there 3 days, until the pursuers have returned. Afterward, you may go your way. 17 The men said to her, We will be guiltless of this your oath which you've made us to swear. 18 Behold, when we come into the land, tie this line of scarlet thread in the window which you used to let us down. Gather to yourself into the house your father, your mother, your brothers, and all your father's household. 19 It shall be that whoever goes out of the doors of your house into the street, his blood will be on his head, and we will be guiltless. Whoever is with you in the house, his blood shall be on our head, if any hand is on him. 20 But if you talk about this business of ours, then we shall be guiltless of your oath which you've made us to swear. 21 She said, Let it be as you have said. She sent them away, and they departed. Then she tied the scarlet line in the window. 22 They went, and came to the mountain, and stayed there 3 days, until the pursuers had returned. The pursuers sought them all along the way, but didn't find them. 23 Then the 2 men returned, descended from the mountain, crossed the river, and came to Joshua the son of Nun. They told him all that had happened to them. 24 They said to Joshua, Truly Jehovah has delivered all the land into our hands. Moreover, all the inhabitants of the land melt away before us. Chapter 3 1 Joshua got up early in the morning, and they moved from Shittim, and came to the Jordan, he and all the children of Israel. They camped there before they crossed over. 2 After 3 days, the officers went through the middle of the camp. 3 And they commanded the people, saying, When you see the ark of Jehovah your God's covenant. 145 Joshua and the priests the Levites bearing it, then leave your place, and follow it. For yet there shall be a space between you and it, about 2,000 cubits by measure. Don't come near it, that you may know the way by which you must go, for you have not passed this way before. 5 Joshua said to the people, Sanctify yourselves, for tomorrow Jehovah will do wonders among you. 6 Joshua spoke to the priests, saying, Take up the ark of the covenant, and cross over before the people. They took up the Ark of the Covenant, and went before the people. 7 Jehovah said to Joshua, Today I will begin to magnify you in the sight of all Israel, that they may know that as I was with Moses, so I will be with you. 8 You shall command the priests who bear the Ark of the Covenant, saying, When you come to the brink of the waters of the Jordan, you shall stand still in the Jordan. 9 Joshua said to the children of Israel, Come here, and hear the words of Jehovah your God. 10 Joshua said, By this you shall know that the living God is among you, and that he will without fail drive the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Hivite, and the Perizzite, and the Girgashite, and the Amorite, and the Jebusite out from before you. 11 Behold, the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord of all the earth passes over before you into the Jordan. 12 Now therefore take 12 men out of the tribes of Israel, for every tribe a man. 13 It shall be that when the soles of the feet of the priests who bear the Ark of Jehovah, the Lord of all the earth, rest in the waters of the Jordan, that the waters of the Jordan will be cut off. The waters that come down from above shall stand in one heap. 14 When the people moved from their tents to pass over the Jordan, the priests who bore the Ark of the Covenant being before the people. 15 And when those who bore the Ark had come to the Jordan, and the feet of the priests who bore the Ark had dipped in the edge of the water, for the Jordan overflows all its banks all the time of harvest. 16 The waters which came down from above stood, and rose up in one heap, a great way off, at Adam, the city that is beside Zair then, and those that went down toward the sea of the Arabah, even the salt sea, were wholly cut off. Then the people passed over near Jericho. 17 The priests who bore the Ark of Jehovah's covenant stood firm on dry ground in the middle of the Jordan, and all Israel crossed over on dry ground, until all the nation had passed completely over the Jordan. Chapter 4 1 When all the nation had completely crossed over the Jordan, Jehovah spoke to Joshua, saying, 2 Take 12 men out of the people, a man out of every tribe. 3 And command them, saying, Take from out of the middle of the Jordan, out of the place where the priest's feet stood firm, 12 stones, and carry them over with you, and lay them down in the place where you'll camp tonight. 4 Then Joshua called the 12 men, whom he had prepared of the children of Israel, a man out of every tribe. 5 Joshua said to them, Cross before the Ark of Jehovah your God into the middle of the Jordan, and each of you pick up a stone and put it on your shoulder, according to the number of the tribes of the children of Israel. 6 That this may be a sign among you, that when your children ask in the future, saying, What do you mean by these stones? 7 Then you shall tell them, because the waters of the Jordan were cut off before the Ark of Jehovah's covenant. When it crossed over the Jordan, the waters of the Jordan were cut off. These stones shall be for a memorial to the children of Israel forever. 8 The children of Israel did as Joshua commanded, and took up 12 stones out of the middle of the Jordan, as Jehovah spoke to Joshua, according to the number of the tribes of the children of Israel. They carried them over with them to the place where they camped, and laid them down there. 9 Joshua set up 12 stones in the middle of the Jordan, in the place where the feet of the priests who bore the Ark of the Covenant stood, and they are there to this day. 10 For the priests who bore the Ark stood in the middle of the Jordan, until everything was finished that Jehovah commanded Joshua to speak to the people, according to all that Moses commanded Joshua. And the people hurried and passed over. 11 When all the people had completely crossed over, Jehovah's ark crossed over, with the priests, in the presence of the people. 12 The children of Reuben, and the children of Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, crossed over, armed before the children of Israel, as Moses spoke to them. 13 About 40,000 men, ready and armed for war, passed over before Jehovah to battle, to the plains of Jericho. 14 On that day, Jehovah magnified Joshua in the sight of all Israel, and they feared him, as they feared Moses, all the days of his life. 15 Jehovah spoke to Joshua, saying, 16 Command the priests who bear the ark of the testimony, that they come up out of the Jordan. 17 Joshua therefore commanded the priests, saying, Come up out of the Jordan. 18 When the priests who bore the ark of Jehovah's covenant had come up out of the middle of the Jordan, and the soles of the priests' feet had been lifted up to the dry ground, the waters of the Jordan returned to their place, and went over all its banks, as before. 19 The people came up out of the Jordan on the 10th day of the first month, and encamped in Gilgal, on the east border of Jericho. 20 Joshua set up those 12 stones, which they took out of the Jordan, in Gilgal. 21 He spoke to the children of Israel, saying, When your children ask their fathers in time to come, saying, What do these stones mean? 22 Then you shall let your children know, saying, Israel came over this Jordan on dry land. 23 For Jehovah your God dried up the waters of the Jordan from before you, until Joshua 146. You had crossed over, as Jehovah your God did to the Red Sea, which he dried up from before us, until we had crossed over. 24 That all the peoples of the earth may know that Jehovah's hand is mighty, that you may fear Jehovah your God forever. Chapter 5 1 When all the kings of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan westward, and all the kings of the Canaanites, who were by the sea, heard how Jehovah had dried up the waters of the Jordan from before the children of Israel, until we had crossed over, their heart melted, and there was no more spirit in them, because of the children of Israel. 2 At that time, Jehovah said to Joshua, Make flint knives, and circumcise again the sons of Israel the second time. 3 Joshua made himself flint knives, and circumcised the sons of Israel at the hill of the foreskins. For this is the reason Joshua circumcised them. All the people who came out of Egypt, who were males, even all the men of war, died in the wilderness along the way, after they came out of Egypt. 5 For all the people who came out were circumcised, but all the people who were born in the wilderness along the way as they came out of Egypt had not been circumcised. 6 For the children of Israel walked 40 years in the wilderness, until all the nation, even the men of war who came out of Egypt, were consumed, because they didn't listen to Jehovah's voice. Jehovah swore to them that he wouldn't let them see the land which Jehovah swore to their fathers that he would give us, a land flowing with milk and honey. 7 Their children, whom he raised up in their place, were circumcised by Joshua, for they were uncircumcised, because they had not circumcised them on the way. 8 When they were done circumcising the whole nation, they stayed in their places in the camp until they were healed. 9 Jehovah said to Joshua, Today I have rolled away the reproach of Egypt off of you. Therefore the name of that place was called Gilgal, to this day. 10 The children of Israel encamped in Gilgal. They kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month at evening in the plains of Jericho. 11 They ate unleavened cakes and parched grain of the produce of the land on the next day after the Passover, in the same day. 12 The manna ceased on the next day, after they had eaten of the produce of the land. The children of Israel didn't have manna anymore, but they ate of the fruit of the land of Canaan that year. 13 When Joshua was by Jericho, he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a man stood in front of him with his sword drawn in his hand. Joshua went to him and said to him, Are you for us, or for our enemies? 14 He said, No, but I have come now as commander of Jehovah's army. Joshua fell on his face to the earth, and worshipped, and asked him, What does my Lord say to his servant? 15 The prince of Jehovah's army said to Joshua, Take your shoes off of your feet, for the place on which you stand is holy. Joshua did so. Chapter 6 1 Now Jericho was tightly shut up because of the children of Israel. No one went out, and no one came in. 2 Jehovah said to Joshua, Behold, I have given Jericho into your hand, with its king and the mighty men of valor. 3 All of your men of war shall march around the city, going around the city once. You shall do this 6 days. 4 7 priests shall bear 7 trumpets of ram's horns before the ark. On the 7th day, you shall march around the city 7 times, and the priests shall blow the trumpets. 5 It shall be that when they make a long blast with the ram's horn, and when you hear the sound of the trumpet, all the people shall shout with a great shout, and the wall the city shall fall down flat, and the people shall go up, every man straight in front of him. 6 Joshua the son of Nun called the priests, and said to them, Take up the ark of the covenant, and let 7 priests bear 7 trumpets of rams' horns before Jehovah's ark. 7 They said to the people, Advance, march around the city, and let the armed men pass on before Jehovah's ark. 8 It was so, that when Joshua had spoken to the people, the 7 priests bearing the 7 trumpets of ram's horns before Jehovah advanced and blew the trumpets, and the ark of Jehovah's covenant followed them. 9 The armed men went before the priests who blew the trumpets, and the ark went after them. The trumpets sounded as they went. 10 Joshua commanded the people, saying, You shall not shout, nor let your voice be heard, neither shall any word proceed out of your mouth, until the day I tell you to shout. Then you shall shout. 11 So he caused Jehovah's ark to go around the city, going about it once. Then they came into the camp, and stayed in the camp. 12 Joshua rose early in the morning, and the priests took up Jehovah's ark. 13 The 7 priests bearing the 7 trumpets of ram's horns in front of Jehovah's ark went on continually, and blew the trumpets. The armed men went in front of them. The rear guard came after Jehovah's ark. The trumpets sounded as they went. 14 The second day they marched around the city once, and returned into the camp. They did this 6 days. 15 On the 7th day, they rose early at the dawning of the day, and marched around the city in the same way 7 times. Only on this day they marched around the city 7 times. 16 At the 7th time, when the priests blew the trumpets, Joshua said to the people, Shout, for Jehovah has given you the city. 17 The city shall be devoted, even it and all that is in it, to Jehovah. Only Rahab, the prostitute, shall live, she and all who are with her in the house, because she hid the messengers that we sent. 18 But as for you, only keep yourselves from what is devoted to destruction, lest, when you have devoted it, you take up the devoted thing, so you would make the camp of Israel. 147 Joshua, accursed, and trouble it. 19 But all the silver, gold, and vessels of brass and iron, are holy to Jehovah. They shall come into Jehovah's treasury. 20 So the people shouted and the priests blew the trumpets. When the people heard the sound of the trumpet, the people shouted with a great shout, and the wall fell down flat, so that the people went up into the city, every man straight in front of him, and they took the city. 21 They utterly destroyed all that was in the city, both man and woman, both young and old, and ox, sheep, and donkey, with the edge of the sword. 22 Joshua said to the 2 men who had spied out the land, Go into the prostitute's house, and bring the woman and all that she has out from there, as you swore to her. 23 The young men who were spies went in, and brought out Rahab, with her father, her mother, her brothers, and all that she had. They also brought out all of her relatives, and they set them outside of the camp of Israel. 24 They burnt the city with fire, and all that was in it. Only they put the silver, the gold, and the vessels of brass and of iron into the treasury of Jehovah's house. 25 But Rahab the prostitute, her father's household, and all that she had, Joshua saved alive. She lives in the middle of Israel to this day, because she hid the messengers, whom Joshua sent to spy out Jericho. 26 Joshua commanded them with an oath at that time, saying, Cursed is the man before Jehovah, who rises up and builds this city Jericho. With the loss of his firstborn he will lay its foundation, and with the loss of his youngest son he will set up its gates. 27 So Jehovah was with Joshua, and his fame was in all the land. Chapter 7 1 But the children of Israel committed a trespass in the devoted things, for Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, took some of the devoted things. Therefore Jehovah's anger burned against the children of Israel. 2 Joshua sent men from Jericho to Ai, which is beside Beth-aven, on the east side of Bethel, and spoke to them, saying, Go up and spy out the land. The men went up and spied out Ai. 3 They returned to Joshua, and said to him, Don't let all the people go up, but let about 2 or 3 thousand men go up and strike Ai. Don't make all the people to toil there, for there are only a few of them. 4 So about 3,000 men of the people went up there, and they fled before the men of Ai. 5 The men of Ai struck about 36 men of them, and they chased them from before the gate even to Shebarim, and struck them at the descent. The hearts of the people melted and became like water. 6 Joshua tore his clothes and fell to the earth on his face before Jehovah's ark until the evening, he and the elders of Israel. And they put dust on their heads. 7 Joshua said, Alas, Lord Jehovah, why have you brought this people over the Jordan at all, to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites, to cause us to perish? I wish that we had been content and lived beyond the Jordan. 8 O Lord, what shall I say, after Israel has turned their backs before their enemies? 9 For the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land will hear of it, and will surround us, and cut off our name from the earth. What will you do for your great name? 10 Jehovah said to Joshua, Get up. Why have you fallen on your face like that? 11 Israel has sinned. Yes, they have even transgressed my covenant which I commanded them. Yes, they have even taken some of the devoted things, and have also stolen, and also deceived. They have even put it among their own stuff. 12 Therefore the children of Israel can't stand before their enemies. They turn their backs before their enemies, because they have become devoted for destruction. I will not be with you any more, unless you destroy the devoted things from among you. 13 Get up. Sanctify the people, and say, Sanctify yourselves for tomorrow, for Jehovah, the God of Israel, says, There is a devoted thing among you, Israel. You cannot stand before your enemies until you take away the devoted thing from among you. 14 In the morning therefore you shall be brought near by your tribes. It shall be that the tribe which Jehovah selects shall come near by families. The family which Jehovah selects shall come near by households. The household which Jehovah selects shall come near man by man. 15 It shall be that he who is taken with the devoted thing shall be burnt with fire, he and all that he has, because he has transgressed the covenant of Jehovah, and because he has done a disgraceful thing in Israel. 16 So Joshua rose up early in the morning and brought Israel near by their tribes. The tribe of Judah was selected. 17 He brought near the family of Judah, and he selected the family of the Zerahites. He brought near the family of the Zerahites man by man, and Zabdi was selected. 18 He brought near his household man by man. And Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, was selected. 19 Joshua said to Achan, My son, please give glory to Jehovah, the God of Israel, and make confession to him. Tell me now what you have done. Don't hide it from me. 20 Achan answered Joshua, and said, I have truly sinned against Jehovah, the God of Israel, and this is what I have done. 21 When I saw among the plunder a beautiful Babylonian robe, 200 shekels of silver, and a wedge of gold weighing 50 shekels, then I coveted them and took them. Behold, they are hidden in the ground in the middle of my tent, with the silver under it. 22 So Joshua sent messengers, and they ran to the tent. Behold, it was hidden in his tent, with the silver under it. 23 They took them from the middle of the tent, and brought them to Joshua and to all the children of Israel. They laid them down before Jehovah. 24 Joshua, and all Israel with him, took Achan the son of Zerah, the silver, the robe, the wedge of gold, his sons, his daughters, his cattle. Joshua 148. His donkeys, his sheep, his tent, and all that he had, and they brought them up to the valley of Achor. 25 Joshua said, Why have you troubled us? Jehovah will trouble you today. All Israel stoned him with stones, and they burned them with fire and stoned them with stones. 26 They raised over him a great heap of stones that remains to this day. Jehovah turned from the fierceness of his anger. Therefore the name of that place was called the Valley of Achor to this day. Chapter 8. 1 Jehovah said to Joshua, "Don't be afraid, and don't be dismayed. Take all the warriors with you, and arise, go up to Ai. Behold, I have given into your hand the king of Ai, with his people, his city, and his land. To you shall do to Ai and her king as you did to Jericho and her king, except you shall take its goods and its livestock for yourselves. Set an ambush for the city behind it." 3 So Joshua arose, with all the warriors, to go up to Ai. Joshua chose 30,000 men, the mighty men of valor, and sent them out by night. For he commanded them, saying, "Behold, you shall lie in ambush against the city, behind the city. Don't go very far from the city, but all of you be ready. 5 I and all the people who are with me will approach to the city. It shall happen, when they come out against us, as at the first, that we will flee before them. 6 They will come out after us, until we have drawn them away from the city, for they will say, they flee before us, like the first time. So we will flee before them. 7 And you shall rise up from the ambush, and take possession of the city, for Jehovah your God will deliver it into your hand. 8 It shall be, when you have seized the city, that you shall set the city on fire. You shall do this according to Jehovah's word. Behold, I have commanded you. 9 Joshua sent them out, and they went to set up the ambush, and stayed between Bethel and Ai, on the west side of Ai, but Joshua stayed among the people that night. 10 Joshua rose up early in the morning, mustered the people, and went up, he and the elders of Israel, before the people to Ai. 11 All the people, even the men of war who were with him, went up, and came near, and came before the city, and encamped on the north side of Ai. Now there was a valley between him and Ai. 12 He took about 5,000 men, and set them in ambush between Bethel and Ai, on the west side of the city. 13 So they set the people, even all the army who was on the north of the city, and their ambush on the west of the city, and Joshua went that night into the middle of the valley. 14 When the king of Ai saw it, they hurried and rose up early, and the men of the city went out against Israel to battle, he and all his people, at the time appointed, before the Arabah. But he didn't know that there was an ambush against him behind the city. 15 Joshua and all Israel made as if they were beaten before them, and fled by the way of the wilderness. 16 All the people who were in the city were called together to pursue after them. They pursued Joshua, and were drawn away from the city. 17 There was not a man left in Ai or Bethel who didn't go out after Israel. They left the city open, and pursued Israel. 18 Jehovah said to Joshua, "Stretch out the javelin that is in your hand toward Ai, for I will give it into your hand." Joshua stretched out the javelin that was in his hand toward the city. 19 The ambush arose quickly out of their place, and they ran as soon as he had stretched out his hand, and entered into the city, and took it. They hurried and set the city on fire. 20 When the men of Ai looked behind them, they saw, and behold, the smoke of the city ascended up to heaven, and they had no power to flee this way or that way. The people who fled to the wilderness turned back on the pursuers. 21 When Joshua and all Israel saw that the ambush had taken the city, and that the smoke of the city ascended, then they turned again, and killed the men of Ai, 22 The others came out of the city against them, so they were in the middle of Israel, some on this side, and some on that side. They struck them, so that they let none of them remain or escape. 23 They captured the king of Ai alive, and brought him to Joshua. 24 When Israel had finished killing all the inhabitants of Ai in the field, in the wilderness in which they pursued them, and they had all fallen by the edge of the sword, until they were consumed, all Israel returned to Ai, and struck it with the edge of the sword. 25 All that fell that day, both of men and women, were 12,000, even all the men of Ai. 26 For Joshua didn't draw back his hand, with which he stretched out the javelin, until he had utterly destroyed all the inhabitants of Ai. 27 Israel took for themselves only the livestock and the goods of that city, according to Jehovah's word which he commanded Joshua. 28 So Joshua burnt Ai, and made it a heap forever, even a desolation, to this day. 29 He hanged the king of Ai on a tree until the evening, and at sundown Joshua commanded, and they took his body down from the tree, and threw it at the entrance of the gate of the city, and raised a great heap of stones on it that remains to this day. 30 Then Joshua built an altar to Jehovah, the God of Israel, on Mount Ebal. 31 As Moses the servant of Jehovah commanded the children of Israel, as it is written in the book of the law of Moses, an altar of uncut stones, on which no one had lifted up any iron. They offered burnt offerings on it to Jehovah, and sacrificed peace offerings. 32 He wrote there on the stones a copy of Moses' law, which he wrote in the presence of the children of Israel. 33 All Israel, their elders and officers, and their judges, stood on both sides of the ark, before the priests the Levites, who carried the ark of Jehovah's covenant, the foreigner as well as the native, half of them in front of Mount Gerizim, and half of them in front of Mount Ebal, as Moses the servant of Jehovah had commanded at the first, that they should bless the people of Israel. 34 Afterward he read all the words of the law, the 149 Joshua, blessing and the curse, according to all that is written in the book of the law. 35 There was not a word of all that Moses commanded, which Joshua didn't read before all the assembly of Israel, with the women, the little ones, and the foreigners who were among them. Chapter 9 1 When all the kings who were beyond the Jordan, in the hill country, and in the lowland, and on all the shore of the great sea in front of Lebanon, the Hittite, the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, heard of it too, they gathered themselves together to fight with Joshua and with Israel, with one accord. 3 But when the inhabitants of Gibeon heard what Joshua had done to Jericho and to Ai, for they also resorted to a ruse, and went and made as if they had been ambassadors, and took old sacks on their donkeys, and old, torn up and bound up wineskins, 5 And old and patched shoes on their feet, and wore old garments. All the bread of their food supply was dry and moldy. 6 They went to Joshua at the camp at Gilgal, and said to him and to the men of Israel, We have come from a far country. Now therefore make a covenant with us. 7 The men of Israel said to the Hivites, What if you live among us? How could we make a covenant with you? 8 They said to Joshua, We are your servants. Joshua said to them, Who are you? Where do you come from? 9 They said to him, Your servants have come from a very far country because of the name of Jehovah your God, for we have heard of his fame. All that he did in Egypt, 10 and all that he did to the 2 kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, to Sihon king of Heshbon and to Og, king of Bashan, who was at Ashtaroth. 11 Our elders and all the inhabitants of our country spoke to us, saying, Take supplies in your hand for the journey, and go to meet them. Tell them, we are your servants. Now make a covenant with us. 12 This our bread we took hot for our supplies out of our houses on the day we went out to go to you, but now, behold, it is dry, and has become moldy. 13 These wineskins, which we filled, were new, and behold, they are torn. These our garments and our shoes have become old because of the very long journey. 14 The men sampled their provisions, and didn't ask counsel from Jehovah's mouth. 15 Joshua made peace with them, and made a covenant with them, to let them live. The princes of the congregation swore to them. 16 At the end of 3 days after they had made a covenant with them, they heard that they were their neighbors, and that they lived among them. 17 The children of Israel traveled and came to their cities on the 3rd day. Now their cities were Gibeon, Chephirah, Beeroth, and Kiriath-Jearim. 18 The children of Israel didn't strike them, because the princes of the congregation had sworn to them by Jehovah, the God of Israel. All the congregation murmured against the princes. 19 But all the princes said to all the congregation, We have sworn to them by Jehovah, the God of Israel. Now, therefore we may not touch them. 20 We will do this to them, and let them live, lest wrath be on us, because of the oath which we swore to them. 21 The princes said to them, Let them live. So they became woodcutters and drawers of water for all the congregation, as the princes had spoken to them. 22 Joshua called for them, and he spoke to them, saying, Why have you deceived us, saying, We are very far from you, when you live among us? 23 Now therefore you are cursed, and some of you will never fail to be slaves, both woodcutters and drawers of water for the house of my God. 24 They answered Joshua, and said, Because your servants were certainly told how Jehovah your God commanded his servant Moses to give you all the land, and to destroy all the inhabitants of the land from before you. Therefore we were very afraid for our lives because of you, and have done this thing. 25 Now, behold, we are in your hand. Do to us as it seems good and right to you to do. 26 He did so to them, and delivered them out of the hand of the children of Israel, so that they didn't kill them. 27 That day Joshua made them woodcutters and drawers of water for the congregation and for the altar of Jehovah to this day, in the place which he should choose. Chapter 10 1 Now it happened when Adoni-Zedek king of Jerusalem heard how Joshua had taken Ai, and had utterly destroyed it, as he had done to Jericho and her king, so he had done to Ai and her king, and how the inhabitants of Gibeon had made peace with Israel, and were among them, too, that they were very afraid, because Gibeon was a great city, as one of the royal cities, and because it was greater than Ai, and all its men were mighty. 3 Therefore Adoni-Zedek king of Jerusalem sent to Hoam, king of Hebron, Piram king of Jarmuth, Japhiah king of Lachish, and Debir king of Eglon, saying, Come up to me and help me. Let us strike Gibeon, for they have made peace with Joshua, and with the children of Israel. 5 Therefore the 5 kings of the Amorites, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon, gathered themselves together and went up, they and all their armies, and encamped against Gibeon, and made war against it. 6 The men of Gibeon sent to Joshua at the camp at Gilgal, saying, Don't abandon your servants. Come up to us quickly and save us. Help us, for all the kings of the Amorites that dwell in the hill country have gathered together against us. 7 So Joshua went up from Gilgal, he, and the whole army with him, including all the mighty men of valor. 8 Jehovah said to Joshua, Don't fear them, for I have delivered them into your hands. Not a man of them will stand before you. 9 Joshua therefore came to them suddenly. He marched from Gilgal all night. 10 Jehovah Joshua 150 confused them before Israel. He killed them with a great slaughter at Gibeon, and chased them by the way of the ascent of Beth Horon, and struck them to Azekah and to Makkedah. 11 As they fled from before Israel, while they were at the descent of Beth Horon, Jehovah hurled down great stones from the sky on them to Azekah, and they died. There were more who died from the hailstones than those whom the children of Israel killed with the sword. 12 Then Joshua spoke to Jehovah in the day when Jehovah delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. He said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand still on Gibeon. You, moon, stop in the valley of Ajalon. 13 The sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the nation had avenged themselves of their enemies. Isn't this written in the book of Jasher? The sun stayed in the middle of the sky, and didn't hurry to go down about a whole day. 14 There was no day like that before it or after it, that Jehovah listened to the voice of a man, for Jehovah fought for Israel. 15 Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, to the camp to Gilgal. 16 These 5 kings fled, and hid themselves in the cave at Makkedah. 17 Joshua was told, saying, The 5 kings have been found, hidden in the cave at Makkedah. 18 Joshua said, Roll large stones to cover the cave's entrance, and set men by it to guard them. 19 But don't stay there. Pursue your enemies, and attack them from the rear. Don't allow them to enter into their cities, for Jehovah your God has delivered them into your hand. 20 When Joshua and the children of Israel had finished killing them with a very great slaughter, until they were consumed, and the remnant which remained of them had entered into the fortified cities. 21 All the people returned to the camp to Joshua at Makkedah in peace. None moved his tongue against any of the children of Israel. 22 Then Joshua said, Open the cave entrance, and bring those 5 kings out of the cave to me. 23 They did so, and brought those 5 kings out of the cave to him, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon. 24 When they brought those kings out to Joshua, Joshua called for all the men of Israel, and said to the chiefs of the men of war who went with him, Come near. Put your feet on the necks of these kings. They came near, and put their feet on their necks. 25 Joshua said to them, Don't be afraid, nor be dismayed. Be strong and courageous, for Jehovah will do this to all your enemies against whom you fight. 26 Afterward Joshua struck them, put them to death, and hanged them on 5 trees. They were hanging on the trees until the evening. 27 At the time of the going down of the sun, Joshua commanded, and they took them down off the trees, and threw them into the cave in which they had hidden themselves, and laid great stones on the mouth of the cave, which remained to this very day. 28 Joshua took Makkedah on that day, and struck it with the edge of the sword, with its king. He utterly destroyed it and all the souls who were in it. He left no one remaining. He did to the king of Makkedah as he had done to the king of Jericho. 29 Joshua passed from Makkedah, and all Israel with him, to Libnah, and fought against Libnah. 30 Jehovah delivered it also, with its king, into the hand of Israel. He struck it with the edge of the sword, and all the souls who were in it. He left no one remaining in it. He did to its king as he had done to the king of Jericho. 31 Joshua passed from Libnah, and all Israel with him, to Lachish, and encamped against it, and fought against it. 32 Jehovah delivered Lachish into the hand of Israel. He took it on the 2nd day, and struck it with the edge of the sword, with all the souls who were in it, according to all that he had done to Libnah. 33 Then Horam king of Gezer came up to help Lachish, and Joshua struck him and his people, until he had left him no one remaining. 34 Joshua passed from Lachish, and all Israel with him, to Eglon, and they encamped against it, and fought against it. 35 They took it on that day, and struck it with the edge of the sword. He utterly destroyed all the souls who were in it that day, according to all that he had done to Lachish. 36 Joshua went up from Eglon, and all Israel with him, to Hebron, and they fought against it. 37 They took it, and struck it with the edge of the sword, with its king and all its cities, and all the souls who were in it. He left no one remaining, according to all that he had done to Eglon, but he utterly destroyed it, and all the souls who were in it. 38 Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, to Debir, and fought against it. 39 He took it, with its king and all its cities. They struck them with the edge of the sword, and utterly destroyed all the souls who were in it. He left no one remaining. As he had done to Hebron, so he did to Debir, and to its king, as he had done also to Libnah, and to its king. 40 So Joshua struck all the land, the hill country, the south, the lowland, the slopes, and all their kings. He left no one remaining, but he utterly destroyed all that breathed, as Jehovah, the God of Israel, commanded. 41 Joshua struck them from Kadesh Barnea even to Gaza, and all the country of Goshen, even to Gibeon. 42 Joshua took all these kings and their land at one time, because Jehovah, the God of Israel, fought for Israel. 43 Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, to the camp to Gilgal. Chapter 11. 1 When Jabin king of Hazor heard of it, he sent to Jobab king of Madon, to the king of Shimron, to the king of Akshaph, 2 And to the kings who were on the north, in the hill country, in the Arabah, south of Chinnereth, in the lowland, and in the heights of Dor on the west, 3 To the Canaanite on the east and on the west, the Amorite, the Hittite. 151 Joshua, the Perizzite, the Jebusite in the hill country, and the Hivite under Hermon in the land of Mizpah. For they went out, they and all their armies with them, many people, even as the sand that is on the seashore in multitude, with very many horses and chariots. 5 All these kings met together, and they came and encamped together at the waters of Merom, to fight with Israel. 6 Jehovah said to Joshua, Don't be afraid because of them, for tomorrow at this time, I will deliver them up all slain before Israel. You shall hamstring their horses and burn their chariots with fire. 7 So Joshua came suddenly, with all the warriors, against them by the waters of Merom, and attacked them. 8 Jehovah delivered them into the hand of Israel, and they struck them, and chased them to Great Sidon, and to Misrephoth Maim, and to the valley of Mizpah eastward. They struck them until they left them no one remaining. 9 Joshua did to them as Jehovah told him. He hamstrung their horses and burned their chariots with fire. 10 Joshua turned back at that time, and took Hazor, and struck its king with the sword, for Hazor used to be the head of all those kingdoms. 11 They struck all the souls who were in it with the edge of the sword, utterly destroying them. There was no one left who breathed. He burned Hazor with fire. 12 Joshua captured all the cities of those kings, with their kings, and he struck them with the edge of the sword, and utterly destroyed them, as Moses the servant of Jehovah commanded. 13 But as for the cities that stood on their mounds, Israel burned none of them, except Hazor only. Joshua burned that. 14 The children of Israel took all the plunder of these cities, with the livestock, as plunder for themselves, but every man they struck with the edge of the sword, until they had destroyed them. They didn't leave any who breathed. 15 As Jehovah commanded Moses his servant, so Moses commanded Joshua. Joshua did so. He left nothing undone of all that Jehovah commanded Moses. 16 So Joshua captured all that land, the hill country, all the south, all the land of Goshen, the lowland, the Arabah, the hill country of Israel, and the lowland of the same. 17 From Mount Halak, that goes up to Seir, even to Baal Gad in the valley of Lebanon under Mount Hermon. He took all their kings, struck them, and put them to death. 18 Joshua made war a long time with all those kings. 19 There was not a city that made peace with the children of Israel, except the Hivites, the inhabitants of Gibeon. They took all in battle. 24 It was of Jehovah to harden their hearts, to come against Israel in battle, that he might utterly destroy them, that they might have no favor, but that he might destroy them, as Jehovah commanded Moses. 21 Joshua came at that time, and cut off the Anakim from the hill country, from Hebron, from Debir, from Anab, and from all the hill country of Judah, and from all the hill country of Israel. Joshua utterly destroyed them with their cities. 22 There were none of the Anakim left in the land of the children of Israel. Only in Gaza, in Gath, and in Ashdod, did some remain. 23 So Joshua took the whole land, according to all that Jehovah spoke to Moses, and Joshua gave it for an inheritance to Israel according to their divisions by their tribes. The land had rest from war. Chapter 12 1 Now these are the kings of the land, whom the children of Israel struck, and possessed their land beyond the Jordan toward the sunrise, from the valley of the Arnon to Mount Hermon, and all the Arabah eastward, to Sihon king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, and ruled from Aroer, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and the middle of the valley, and half Gilead, even to the river Jabbok, the border of the children of Ammon, 3 and the Arabah to the sea of Chinnereth, eastward, and to the sea of the Arabah, even the Salt Sea, eastward, the way to Beth Jeshimoth, and on the south, under the slopes of Pisgah, 4 and the border of Og king of Bashan, of the remnant of the Rephaim, who lived at Ashtaroth and at Edrei, 5 and ruled Indiana Mount Hermon, and in Salcah, and in all Bashan, to the border of the Geshurites and the Maacathites, and half Gilead, the border of Sihon king of Heshbon. 6 Moses the servant of Jehovah and the children of Israel struck them. Moses the servant of Jehovah gave it for a possession to the Reubenites, and the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. 7 These are the kings of the land whom Joshua and the children of Israel struck beyond the Jordan, westward, from Baal-Gad in the valley of Lebanon, even to Mount Halak, that goes up to Seir. Joshua gave it to the tribes of Israel for a possession, according to their divisions. 8 Indiana the hill country, and in the lowland, and in the Arabah, and in the slopes, and in the wilderness, and in the south, the Hittite, the Amorite, and the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite. 9 The king of Jericho, 1. The king of Ai, which is beside Bethel, 1. 10 The king of Jerusalem, 1. The king of Hebron, 1. 11 The king of Jarmuth, 1. The king of Lachish, 1. 12 The king of Eglon, 1. The king of Gezer, 1. 13 The king of Debir, 1. The king of Gedor, 1. 14 The king of Hormah, 1. The king of Arad, 1. 15 The king of Libnah, 1. The king of Adullam, 1. 16 The king of Makkedah, 1. The king of Bethel, 1. 17 The king of Tappuah, 1. The king of Hepher, 1. 18 The king of Aphek, 1. The king of Lasharon, 1. 19 The king of Madon, 1. The king of Hazor, 1. 20 The king of Shimron Meron, 1. Joshua 152. The king of Akshaph, 1. 21 The king of Tanaj, 1. The king of Megiddo, 1. 22 The king of Kadesh, 1. The king of Jonaim in Carmel, 1. 23 The king of Dor in the height of Dor, 1. The king of Goyim in Gilgal, 1. 24 The king of Tirzah, 1. All the kings 31. Chapter 13. 1 Now Joshua was old and well advanced in years. Jehovah said to him, You are old and advanced in years, and there remains yet very much land to be possessed. 2 This is the land that still remains, all the regions of the Philistines, and all the Geshurites. 3 From the Shear, which is before Egypt, even to the border of Ekron northward, which is counted as Canaanite, the 5 lords of the Philistines, the Gazites, and the Ashdodites, the Ashkelonites, the Gittites, and the Ekronites, also the Avim. 4 On the south, all the land of the Canaanites, and Mearah that belongs to the Sidonians, to Aphek, to the border of the Amorites. 5 And the land of the Gabalites, and all Lebanon, toward the sunrise, from Baal-Gad under Mount Hermon to the entrance of Hamath. 6 All the inhabitants of the hill country from Lebanon to Misrephoth Maim, even all the Sidonians. I will drive them out from before the children of Israel. Just allocate it to Israel for an inheritance, as I have commanded you. 7 Now therefore divide this land for an inheritance to the 9 tribes and the half-tribe of Manasseh. 8 With him the Reubenites and the Gadites received their inheritance, which Moses gave them, beyond the Jordan eastward, even as Moses, the servant of Jehovah, gave them, 9 from Aroer, that is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and the city that is in the middle of the valley, and all the plain of Medba to Dibon, 10, and all the cities of Sihon king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, to the border of the children of Ammon, 11, and Gilead, and the border of the Geshurites and Maacathites, and all Mount Hermon, and all Bashan to Salca, 12, all the kingdom of Og in Bashan, who reigned in Ashtarot and in Edrei. The same was left of the remnant of the Rephaim, for Moses attacked these, and drove them out. 13 Nevertheless the children of Israel didn't drive out the Geshurites, nor the Maacathites, but Geshur and Maacath live within Israel to this day. 14 Only he gave no inheritance to the tribe of Levi. The offerings of Jehovah, the God of Israel, made by fire are his inheritance, as he spoke to him. 15 Moses gave to the tribe of the children of Reuben according to their families. 16 Their border was from Aroer, that is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and the city that is in the middle of the valley, and all the plain by Medba. 17 Heshbon, and all its cities that are in the plain. Dibon, Bamoth Baal, Beth Baalmeon, 18 Hahaz, Kedemoth, Mephaath, 19 Kiriathaim, Sibmah, Zereth Shahar in the mount of the valley, 20 Beth Peor, the slopes of Pisgah, Beth Shemoth, 21 All the cities of the plain, and all the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, whom Moses struck with the chiefs of Midian, Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the princes of Sihon, who lived in the land. 22 The children of Israel also killed Balaam the son of Beor, the soothsayer, with the sword, among the rest of their slain. 23 The border of the children of Reuben was the bank of the Jordan. This was the inheritance of the children of Reuben according to their families, the cities and its villages. 24 Moses gave to the tribe of Gad, to the children of Gad, according to their families. 25 Their border was Jazer, and all the cities of Gilead, and half the land of the children of Ammon, to Aroer that is near Rabbah. 26 And from Heshbon to Ramoth Mizpeh, and Betanim, and from Mahanaim to the border of Debir. 27 And in the valley, Beth Haram, Beth Nimrah, Sukkos, and Zaphon, the rest of the kingdom of Sihon king of Heshbon, the Jordan's bank, to the uttermost part of the sea of Chinnereth beyond the Jordan, eastward. 28 This is the inheritance of the children of Gad according to their families, the cities and its villages. 29 Moses gave an inheritance to the half-tribe of Manasseh. It was for the half-tribe of the children of Manasseh according to their families. 30 Their border was from Mahanaim, all Bashan, all the kingdom of Og king of Bashan, and all the towns of Jair, which are in Bashan, 60 cities. 31 Half Gilead, Ashtarot, and Edrei, the cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan, were for the children of Machir the son of Manasseh, even for the half of the children of Machir according to their families. 32 These are the inheritances which Moses distributed in the plains of Moab, beyond the Jordan at Jericho, eastward. 33 But Moses gave no inheritance to the tribe of Levi. Jehovah, the God of Israel, is their inheritance, as he spoke to them.